Driving around town in a beat up old Mercedes. You think I'm crazy?
I got my volume off because I'm listening to music on Pandora and I don't want to get flagged. But text me or write in the chat box if you're interested in a reading. Thank you. Oh.
Party. Party. Every day, everybody. 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 Looks like I'm learning the hard way again. It's all my fault. Yeah, I dropped the ball. Every day, everybody. On 360. Thinking that I placed it on you. All of this time and all of this work. All of these stories I told you work. All of these miles on this city. I'm present up here. All the things I've been thinking on. Every day, everybody.
Every day, everybody. Every day, everybody. Love me. Everybody. You son of a bitch. You son of a bitch. Hey guys, how's it going? Let's jump into, we have Cancerian love reading, rest of March through April 2023, or whenever you come across this. Spirit of God, teacher, I love and light, highest possible messages at this time. Feel free to reach out for a one-on-one reading. As always, my info is in the description box. Okay, you got the Page of Pentacles in the reverse, Seven of Cups in the upright. Okay, I see giving power away, not having a future vision or plan for romance. To me, what first comes out here is the understanding of resources and the resources that it takes to keep a relationship going. Also, if you're not a Cancerian, feel free to apply this to your fourth house. I see the potential with the Seven of Cups in the upright. But this is getting kind of lost in that potential, maybe lost in the fantasy as well here with the Devil card in the revert in the upright position, Emperor in the reverse, giving power away maybe to the fantasy more so than the reality of things. Sticking to a standard is what I'm getting with the Six of Wands in the reverse position. I think things will be revealed with the full moon. Okay, something steady and tangible and practical, something that you could give value to. Why is the Ten of Cups in the reverse? Yeah, for you, I think that a lot of the happiness comes from the stability. It comes as a direct reflection of where you are as far as your resources and your comfortability. Anything else, Spirit? Anything else, Spirit? Like for you, I think that you rather feel kind of secure with the Pentacles as opposed to the facade of the Ten Cup. I think you've actually matured and grown past that Ten of Cup type energy. There's a time and a place for it. It kind of comes off of the platform of that stability with the Ten of Pentacles here. I do see that you're getting views, you're getting your eyes on you. I see double Virgo energy here, Leo energy as well. Yeah, I see pulling in someone that you can be friends with, someone that you could connect with on a friendship level. Okay, Nine of Pentacles is that kind of financial stability. It's almost as if that Knight of Pentacles versus the Nine of Pentacles, someone has that kind of last ditch offer that they could make here with the Knight of Pentacles in the upright to the Nine of Pentacles, and that makes the Ten of Pentacles in the upright, which is very fascinating. And I'm wondering, what is that last pentacle? What is that last pentacle? Okay, Three of Swords in the upright. So the last value mark or the last pentacle, as it were, can be a reflection of where you're currently at internally, a reflection of your inner turmoil. So if you have a lot of negativity facing you at this time, you want to be mindful of your self-talk, okay? I know personally I have like one negative pattern in my mind. It says like, oh, nothing matters, there's no God, nothing matters, like whatever, like very negative stuff that I find myself. This actually happened yesterday. And then I saw this little idol figure. It's the Virgin Mary with her hand on her heart that I got from my mom. And it reminded me to jump into my better phase of my mantras, which was, opening up my heart, focus on that. So putting my attention on that aspect, because if left to your own devices, the negative voice becomes its own negative cyclical mantra. And so I just was very mindful as to tell myself to open my heart. Okay. Anything else to your spirit? And I feel as though that's like the last trespass, like that's the last like impasse, that's the last push to really make it. It's almost as if like when you're heightened, the devil wants to attack you at that last straw, at that last battlefront. It might be opening up your heart. So in this phase, I highly recommend to continue to open your heart. It's almost like you're sending that signal out, that Wi-Fi signal. That's how your true love can access you, can find you, can locate you. It's like a location drop pin. It's like a signal. It's like a signature here. Because you quite literally have the hermit here trying to find you by your heart. It's like a blind person trying to find you in the quantum by the light of your heart. And I wouldn't be surprised if this was some sort of past life encounter here, because the Six of Cups tells me that you guys are friends. Whoever it is that you're pulling in, possibly. Somebody emotionally available is what I see that you're pulling in here. Yeah, I see a new relationship here. That's been thematic for these love readings. Anything else, Spirit? Anything else? Yeah, so be mindful of those negative mantras because they exist too. They just become these like reference points, these patterns here. Okay, I see there might be differentiation in quality as far as like the resources that you have or the monetary availability. But again, this person is going to see your quality and not just kind of judge you by the contents of your bank account. I suppose that's with like the real kind of like establishing the front of, actual friendship here. It has to do with that. Like your ends is going to be made by actual emotional friendship here. Anything else, Spirit? Someone is overthinking things, maybe in their mind. Maybe thinking about marriage or union. A twin flame card here is what I see. 1 second, I'm going to bring the light on over. You're going to see this live in the flesh. Pushing the light up. Let's see if that looks better. I held up the card so it looks a little better. Someone's in their head about some sort of union with maybe twin flame. Yeah, someone's ready for the new, most definitely. Someone's ready for the new. Okay, somebody might be getting a little bit antsy about the no communication. Okay, the significant other might be taking too long, they feel. Okay, so at times it can feel as though that your direction is just kind of like spinning. Your internal compass is spinning because you feel like it's been a great long while. And of course, that's the subjective self, having an opinion on how long things should take as far as you pulling in your significant other. Okay. anything else? I'm just seeing if I see anything here. Okay, what can Cancerian do? What can Cancerian do to either accelerate this or jump in their highest timeline? Is there any action that we could do, or is it fated? Spirit, can you give us an idea? Are we on the right track? Do we need to make some adjustments? If so, can you clearly let us know? Spirit of gratitude, joy, love, and light. Highest possible answer for our questions or just in general. What can we do to accelerate this? Do we just need to keep on following up with the person? Do we need to set a date? Because we want to really be genuine. We don't want to go through the motions. And typically, if you have something to offer, is when you're gonna want to go on a date with somebody. But if you're not there financially, then really all you can do is just kind of try to relate emotionally. Spirit, what can we do to pull in the person that we really have something in common with, or that we really are excited about? Do we have to do anything? Please let us know. How do we jump in that timeline to pull our highest connection for us and the greater good? That twin flame soulmate, maybe the person we end up marrying and having a family with. Is it something we need to do? Is it a timeline that we need to pull in? What is it? Yeah, I just see, I feel like it's more so something that's being reduced. I feel like you just have to fend off any of the lesser, options, because the Three of Cups in the reverse is its own energy of a reduction. So I feel as though it makes you feel more so like the timeline is there. It's just you kind of have to fend off any lesser options available to you is how it's coming across. Spirit, can you let us know? Is this correct? Yeah, it seems to be like keep on investing in the self emotionally with the Knight of Cups in the reverse. Because the more you do that, the more that you're going to come across as a stable option here. It's almost as if the more you keep on investing in yourself, the more value, and it's almost as if it's value that you don't see yourself having, but you are growing value the more that time goes on. So don't look at time as going on as a waste. Look at time going on as increased value. I think that sometimes we have this kind of incorrect mindset as time is wasted or time is ticking away, but it's like look at it as each second that time ticks is like I make more money, I make more value, I increase in value the more time goes on. And sometimes we lose sight of that the more time goes on. We almost forget everything that we've done or everything that we've accomplished. So I urge you to don't look at time passing as a negative. Look at it as you incurring interest. Okay, you getting richer and wealthier and healthier as time goes on. That's really how it's coming across here. Okay, and I do feel as though that you will kind of meet your person that you're meant to pull in. But again, you have to keep on looking at time as actually a gift. Okay, look at it as this gift that you're being given here. You have all the time in the world, and for some, that could be a misinterpretation. You have all the space and the time and the free time in the world. And again, that can be looked at as a misinterpretation. But it's here, it's coming. What's this Queen of Sword came out to evaluate the cup? Yeah, it's almost as if maybe you are hypercritical of your current circumstances or your situation or, what have you. you know. Yeah, it could just be that sometimes you're just kind of interpreting peace as like a negative when it shouldn't really be interpreted as negative. Excuse me, like in between sagas or something like that. And I just feel like in that time and in that space, you are going to pull in the person that you're meant to, your version of the Empress, but you might not be able to see it quite yet. Because all you're seeing right now is the kind of no contact, the space, the time, the emptiness here. But each moment, each second that goes indeed true. Okay, it's like you're pulling her in through the quantum. So that's even more so. Notice this person's arms are open, right? And this person's arms are closed. So the more and more you open your heart, because think about it, if it's no contact, no communication, and emptiness, you could negatively interpret that and get mad and mean as opposed to be like, yes, the more I see no contact, the more I see no communication, the more I see space in the void, guess what? That's more room that I can open up my heart to and manifest with. So you're interpreting no contact, quietness, the void, no friends, no family, no action. You have to start interpreting that as something good, meaning, oh, wow, all my quantum space energy is available to me to fill with my life, with my action, with my love, with my energy. So let's keep on filling that by expanding my light and my heart, which is one and the same, essentially. And I'm not getting that it's any like new action. Again, I think it's just a matter of perspective, a matter of interpretation here. Okay? Because I do see victory in the face of that no contact, that no communication here. The Ace of Wands in the upright, the Ace of Sword in the upright is that victory. And this is you being in your power, but that's by tuning into the quantum, by opening your heart, not letting, again, the interpretation of no contact, no action, it's just space, emptiness, void, not letting that be interpreted as negative, but rather have that be interpreted as positive, and for you to be excited and to open up your heart space and strengthening that Wi-Fi signal, as it were. Okay, because I think it's very easy for us to pout and revert back to a child and a baby where we're like interpreting no contact, nobody fucking with us as like negative. But really, you should be excited because that's space that you could, again, open your heart to. And then that's when you pull in something from the quantum. Okay? And visualize and feel and manifest. Okay? So you visualize yourself with your exact perfect match, and you feel your heart open and exciting and ecstatic and joyous and happy and thank you, thank God, yes, 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 my bills are paid. And no matter how bad or cheesy it might seem to the critical judgment mind, you're all up in that Kool-Aid, you're all up in that sauce, so to speak. All right, let's roll this on over to Leo and see what the energies have to say. As always, available for one-on-one reading. Holla at your boy. Love you guys. Peace. Hi, this is Dylan. Hey, how's it going? Okay, let me take a look for you. 1 second. Yes, I'm getting that he knows. Um, I'm not seeing him approaching. No, I'm not really even seeing that he's kind of open to this connection, to be honest. Yeah. So he might be because like he's coming across as like emotionally protective or defensive. So usually that's because somebody's been through something or you know. So let's see. Mm, I just feel like I think like objectively I think your energy is coming across as objectively attractive, yes. But I just feel like maybe it's coming across like someone else has his heart. Yeah. Mhm. Mhm. All right. No, I'm really not seeing like communication. No. All right. Why is my phone not ringing? Okay, guys, let's try Leo. Love, we're going to call it rest of March through April 2023, and or whenever you resonate with this. Feel free to like, share, follow, comment, subscribe, yourself for a one-on-one reading as always. Hope you guys are doing well. Okay. Spirit, anything for Leo? Let's have a fun and exciting reading. Rudy, what the reading? One second. Just wanted to turn on the air. It's kind of warm in here. What else comes out of here? Okay, I see victory here. Someone might be taking up the role as a King of Pentacles. Okay, even though there's no communication, it's almost as if someone is using this time to get their money right. Okay? It's like they're staying put, they're going within. I always read the King and the Queen as like different masculines, but within the same person. Like the action steps are coming across as the Queen of Wands, whereas the more so physical kingdom is coming across as King of Pentacles. Okay? Now you're open to different forms of action here if there are through lines established here. Okay? But you're not really necessarily wanting to overexert. You're more so willing to settle for something that's on your path, something that's meant to be. I'm not getting that you're going to allow any kind of ancillary or extracurricular circumstances, knock you off your hinges here, is what I'm getting. I feel as though that, like, if a person is really meant for you, they're going to meet you where you're at. They're going to see the value of who you are, where you're at. Okay? The Magician in the reverse is like something being on track here. Okay, meaning you don't have to like overexert yourself or try to manifest something entirely. It's already fated or meant to be for you. Because I can see that in your mind, the relationship, it can be kind of, needy as far as the resources that are required to be in one. Okay. You may have experienced that already. It's almost as if you're only waiting for like the creme de la creme, like really high caliber connections. And so thematically, we've been speaking a lot to, these energetic deserts that you've been having to move through. And I can see that you're moving through them, successfully. You see the desert imagery in the background here. And you're navigating through them successfully. Yes, you might be getting a little antsy and frustrated, but I'm still seeing that it's in this way, in this capacity, that you're actually going to meet your equal here. And I'm also getting that you're only settling for high caliber twin flame frequencies as far as connections, because in your understanding, you want to affect change, you want to influence, you want to send ripple effects, and you understand that the person that you do that with, is very kind of, how do you say, it's very important, and so you're willing to take your time. But I see this sudden change here, okay, out of the blue, this opportunity, maybe some sort of like understanding or aha moment, hits you. Okay, what's this competition here, Spirit? What's this competition? I see an energy of competition with the 5 of rods in the upright. Because I don't see you being someone that wants to compete for something. You want someone that's going to want to meet you in the middle. I'm not seeing that you're just going to want to throw resources away. Okay? Yeah, I just feel like Spirit is telling you, like, just a little bit longer, wait, be patient, like they're dumping, water on your engine, so to speak. Yeah, and I think you know well enough to, again, not try to vie for the past, okay, no matter how you feel about it, okay? Yeah, I just feel like your energy is just moving in the new hook, line, and sinker. Okay, even though you feel like maybe you don't have all the resources established, you're still manifesting as much as you can for your highest partner. That's what I'm seeing here. Okay. Wish fulfillment. And yet I can't help but see that you're either pulling in a timeline or a compatible partner that is going to pick up where you last left off, or it's going to allow you to pick up where you last left off with your skills, okay, or your understanding of a connection or what a relationship should do. Okay, you might also come across as a very influential component. If there's like family or friends that this person that you pull in has ties to. Yeah, I see success here. I see wish fulfillment and success. And there's really not any other action that you have to take. The only other thing that I would say is that, like, see this time as a time to create and don't fall back into the cup. For me here is an offer of time. Okay, time and space. And you might interpret that as negative, but I really feel that Spirit is asking you to interpret that as fun and playful and a positive, because you have all the space to create. But I feel as though that if you're mindful, then you could kind of defrag this kind of self-sabotage tendency, because I feel as though that there's a tendency to want to, pout or self-destruct, or, when you're being ignored emotionally, there's a tendency to kind of like be mad or rage or destroy. But I think what you're being asked is to find healthier ways of coping with that. Okay. And I think, yeah, it starts with these healthy expressions as opposed to reverting back to, drinking, smoking, destructive behaviors, things of that nature. Okay, yeah, I just feel like this reality is consolidating and you will be offered something. But again, you're being asked to kind of raise your approach as to how you interpret what you're going through. The Nine of Cups and the upright. See, there's two different, there's comfort and then there's actually like discomfort. Angry, mad versus like, okay, cool, I got this. I know how to, exercise these demons. Okay, anything else, Spirit? Anything else? I think a lot of it comes from you feel as though that there are some people very close to you that don't give you any sense of like dignified worth. And there's some sort of like expectation that's like, but it's a misnomer, it's a misinterpretation, right? It's like, it's almost as if it's some sort of like inherited war that you got from your mom or your dad, or, for me, for my example, just to give you a concrete example, like my father doesn't call me. He doesn't have the capacity to pick up the phone and call and check in on me. And that's just a reflection of like where he's at. He thinks that it's like all is well as good. And, he's out of the house and whatever. And that his job is done. He's a very like selfish, unaware being. Whereas my mom is the total opposite. So then for me, I'm kind of between a rock and a hard place. I was in the middle of them. And so I've kind of inherited her resentment and bitterness towards him. But something that I could do as far as a mindful approach is to keep on understanding that that's where I need to open my heart. I can't mirror her closed offness and her bitterness and her hatred and her anger because it's just energy. So why would I have my mental kind of vehicle comprise a closing down of my heart? And that's where the kind of battlefield is like, do you revert to anger and resentment and what have you, or do you really truly kind of empower yourself and, train yourself to open up and open your heart? And I really think that that's what the answer is unconsciously, because think about it. If you're existing like me, away from family, friends in another state, and your father doesn't, call you, well, why would you even have the assumption that he would? Because you feel like that's a general accepted appropriate behavior of your version. Keyword, it's only your version of what a quality parent would do, a quality father would do. We have to throw that logic and reason out. And that's where I think quantum creating is in the spiritual realm to the 3D, is because the longer you let those energies fester of embittering you, then that's room that you lose for opening up and being magnanimous and being open and open-hearted. And so what you're feeling is maybe of some sort of feedback loop. So you just have to nip it in the bud. If it's just more energy, burn it out in a workout or change it in your perspective, or if it's fear or frustration, the answer is never prevailing outside circumstances. The answer is always the inside. You have to stop trying to make logic and reason and sense out of this illogical reality. And so when you do that, when you realize that, then you know that what you're left with is just the feeling. And you can feel happy, excited, happy, whole and complete, open-hearted, joyous, expansive, all that stuff, good here now. And you don't need an external reason. You've become the source. You've become the reason. So you give love to your heart. You give yourself everything that you want and you need. You tell yourself that you already are everything that you want and you need, and you're happy, whole, and complete. And that's the only thing that matters at the end of the day, in every given moment. And tell yourself as time moves on, as you continue to exist, you're strengthening this, you're growing stronger with this. It's the only thing that matters. I promise you, the feeling that you have within yourself, don't trust the mind. The mind is going to try to make sense out of something that is not going to change. Okay, it's going to try to make sense out of something that doesn't add up. And so if you feel like you are, between the spiritual world and the physical realm, well, then you might as well be in the realm that is most empowering to you, which is the internal spiritual realm, which you rule. And you're the emperor there, you're the god there. And so you interpret that as, okay, I'm open, I'm expansive, pronoia, it's all in my favor, it's all falling into place, it's all falling for me, not against me. And, and there's that internal victory. The victory comes from within yourself, first and foremost, okay? Where you're focused on the quality that you're creating, and you're not worried on this bitterness level frequency because you've overcome that. Instead of bitterness or whatever, you're choosing happiness either way. I'm happy, I'm whole, and I'm complete. I evaluate you. I see what you're doing as non-acceptable. So I totally dismiss you as a relevant entity, and I choose to be happy anyways. Happy, whole, and complete. And you have to really sometimes speak to it, but when you do that, you give yourself personal freedom, no matter what. If it's my neighbors, if it's my dad, if it's my mom, if it's my uncles, I'm still happy, whole, and complete. And look at, he's open-hearted. That's the key there. Open and expansive. Okay. And there's just a lot of potent symbolism there. And when you continue to be open, and that's when you receive your blessings and your incoming communication. And the distraction gets cleared away, and you manifest in this dimension. But you got to keep on saying, keep on throwing out the personal, keep on throwing out the thing that tries to make sense and reason, and keep on operating on the level of opening your heart. The answer is always to open your heart. All right, Leo, let's jump into Virgo's energy and see what wants to come out. As always, I'm available for a one-on-one read. Thanks for spending time. Holler at your boy. Love you guys. Peace. Okay, Virgo, let's jump into your energy. Spirit, gratitude, joy, love, and light. Highest possible messages at this time for Virgo. Spirit, gratitude, joy, love, and light. Highest possible messages at this time for Virgo. Thank you so much for spending time with me. If you guys want private one-on-one readings, feel free to reach out as always. Let's see what comes out here. Highest possible messages for the creative collective good, for the creative collective consciousness. Let's get one more shuffle, just pick up the energies nice and good. Okay, Seven of Pentacles in the reverse position. Okay, maybe some bitterness or resentfulness for something not growing in. Maybe the fruits of your labors not growing in. Maybe no contact, no communication here. You could feel as though that your divine opposite, your divine counterpart, your divine feminine has not reached out to you, or masculine, take it how it fits. And it's almost as if that love or those relationships haven't come in, but the key again is to always operate with the higher best feeling that you could pick and choose, which is that open-heartedness here. Okay? It doesn't matter. The external circumstances don't matter. The rent, the bills, the money, the unloving father, the uncles that don't call, like none of that matters. You choose to be happy, whole, and complete, expansive, blessed up, secure, excited, joyous, the weird neighbors or anything that's going on. It doesn't matter. Okay, the only thing that matters is your own love, joy, and happiness. Okay? And the universe kind of throws back that energy of fulfillment that you're putting out into the world. You know that. It's an inner knowing right there. Okay? And you're not even settling on like the nickels and dimes and the cents and the change and all that stuff. You're more so wanting to just kind of vibe with that kind of more quantum energetic realm of things. The day-to-day, nuts and bolts of things are going to take care of themselves. Okay, and those offers are going to come in when you're going to come in. That's actually not the important part. The important part is, are you giving yourself peace of mind? Are you giving yourself enjoyment as you're going through it? Or are you making yourself bitter? Are you making yourself, this and that as you're working on this quality? What's the quality of your life enjoyment and expectancy here? Could be reconnecting with friends from the past here, and or people that feel familiar to you energetically, Virgo. Yeah, I'm just seeing that like you're fated to be in union with like your highest divine counterpart. Like, and you know that you've done more than enough karmically. You're freed up from any and all imaginings of some sort of past life karma or debt or current life conspiracy against you. You're telling yourself that everything's falling into place, everything's pronoic, okay, in your favor, and you are just kind of kicking butt here. But again, it comes from the feeling, it comes from the open-hearted gratitude. It's coming from your inner play, not with the physical. It's not the physical, I promise you. It's all the internal kind of feeling and opening of the heart and excited for the everyday magic, the everyday moment, the miraculous. You know that God in the universe or the quantum or whatever word, your higher self has that ecstatic, exciting thing that's for you. And it comes off the back of just continued healthy expressions, cutting out the BS, bitterness, redirecting yourself, using that internal alchemy. Okay. Crossing those bridges of whether it's communication or being able to offer value. Okay, I see a lot of success when you communicate to others and you're like building momentum. Okay, you're getting connected. You're not worried if people are calling you, asking you for your services, or if you're making deals and selling, or it's neither here nor there. You're just kind of moving in the next best possible way based on the spirit and the energy of things, because that's the only real thing that matters at the end of the day. Anything else for spirit? Anything else? Let's use this other deck and see if I see anything worth noting here. Just seeing if there's any other kind of, typically energies are congruent and they feel similar. They come out the same when you're reading or picking up on energies here. So let's see anything else. shuffle. Yeah, that no contact, that no communication, if you're interpreting it from the old way, you might interpret that as negative, but you got to understand that we're social pack creatures. So back in the day, no contact or no communication was a negative, but now you can just say, fuck that. I could care less. I'm happy. I'm happy anyways. I'm whole and I'm complete anyways. I could care less if you've been this way or that way, non-communicative, non-giving of value to me, giving your power away to other BS. I could care less. I'm happy anyways. Self-love, spirituality. I'm not gonna, invest in something that, I'm just gonna move on in the best, highest possible way that I can. I'm not gonna, keep on trying to um, give value to people that don't value me or anything of that nature. Yeah, I mean, for as much as you are calling in, what you're calling in, I do feel as though that you're growing further apart from a lot of people as well. But I think you're kind of just telling yourself, I'm not going to keep on, um, letting relationship expectations, even platonic ones, friends and family, I'm not going to keep on letting that embitter me. Even business, partnerships or relationships or connections, I'm not going to let failures or lack of success or lack of meeting quotas, I'm not going to let that embitter me. I'm going to continue to manifest by opening up my heart. All right, Virgo, that's what I'm seeing here for you. Feel free to reach out for a one-on-one reading. Love you guys as always. Peace. Testing, 1, 2, 3.
say Virgo.
Okay, guys, let's try Leo. Hey guys, how's it going? Let's jump into, we have Syrian love reading. Rest of
Wow, and I got the comics up at the Sonic Theater, Port Charlotte, Florida, May 4, 5, 6. And, go ahead, kids. Love ya. When it comes to good things, we always want more. And this more is no different. From Corolla One Studios in Glendale, California, this is the Adam Carolla Show. Adam's guest today, next to list, those Perlman. Plus the news with Chris Luxmana and we'll finish the Furious 4 and March Madness Madness now. Wishing you a happy April Fool's Day. And if you just check your calendar, you are one. Cool. Yeah, get it on. Got to get out of church and then check my little You'll be happy. Fucking my throat. All right, so Big J was going to show up today, but he fell ill. So suspects that is here for now. And look this up on tonight because you really want to be. I like that, but this I've never done the IV thing. I hear great things about it. I also feel like, you got the flu, that's one thing, but if you just tie one on, you should live with that a little bit. That's what we call it a term. You know what I mean? It's a consequence. Yeah, a little less than yeah, I didn't hear it so good. Yeah, I know, and lesson never learned, but still theoretically you need to live with the bad decisions and ride it out. You made that bad sleep. That's right. All right, so we got March Madness. I got stuff I want to talk about. That this was a horrible dream last night where I was up on a rooftop in my rooftop party or something. And my daughter was sitting on the parapet. Parapet is that part of the roof that is usually like 2 foot higher than the roof, usually flat for like 6 or 8 inches, flat with a cap sometimes of roofing, sheet metal. And if you're pretty ballsy, you could walk along it or sit on it or something. And my daughter sat on it in my dream, and she sort of flung herself backwards, so she was hanging off the back of the parapet. And I was hanging on to her, and I was like holding her waist, like trying to grab on her pants and like hang on to her. And she was just sort of flailing, sort of having fun, leaning back, because she's the daredevil of the group. Always was.
I think it's this idea of like, I didn't choose to have an emotional or that. In hindsight, I was filling that void with getting away from it, going to different relationships, feeling those part. And so the bitterness or anger that I feel maybe comes from the realization that it's always been that way. It's just that before you destroy yourself and destroy yourself. But now you have to see it as a benefit, not as a disability. because, and so it's not this idea of, I don't know if I can get behind this idea of like, you chose the family that you were born to, and you chose, I don't know if I necessarily get behind all of that. But if I'm being honest, I think it's much more of this air of, it's much more this air of, I think it's much more this air of, I mean, you could say, oh, you're chose that. And then you could say, now I just have to remember why I chose that. And then you put that onus on you to say it's easy to have compassion and love for that person. And whether it's make believe story you tell yourself or whatever, then that's fine. But, or you can say I didn't choose that and I was born to it, but I'm still not going to be angry or bitter because this was the best case scenario. And so that discrepancy, even if it's passive or if it's purposeful or whatever, I'm still left with this feeling, angst or rage or whatever it is. And what I'm not going to do is I'm not going to be like, oh, well, you chose that, or you, because that's not right. I don't think it's right or valid to say, you chose that. If we're talking without the capacity of you know, choosing who you're going to. You know what I'm saying? Like this idea of, in the realm of, do you remember choosing who you want? I can say, yeah, just again, my phone and say, yeah, we can choose what we want to. It's what I was born to, I can choose who I want to. So then, what? Well, you feel that emotional damage around through partying and relationships and running away from it, whatever. But it's still now all that's left is maybe it's lacking energy, you know what I'm saying? I don't know what you would call it, but I feel as though it's there, this essence of, um, it's manifest as like resentment or something like that. Maybe resentment for, um, fact that he doesn't call you a reasonable relationship with that, or maybe just say it, which is, well, if we're going based on her saying you chose that, well then what are we talking about? We're talking about someone who's making a decision based on trying to get away from what would be considered pain to them. When they're being, it's not this whole like, oh yeah, it's a thing. It's like, no, you're leaving because there's nothing here that's you know, grounding you, or there's nothing here that's like positive. You know what I'm saying? Like it's not, you're not leaving because it's this good thing. And yeah. Definitely rejected is, yeah, like whatever that is to be, how he is, that's what that is. But you can't say you chose that because nobody chooses seclusion or isolationism or, you know what I'm saying? I didn't choose Casey to leave it. I didn't choose having fallen out with him. I didn't choose breaking up with Dominic. I didn't choose any of that. So you can't say I chose that because it didn't. That's not valid. That happened. I didn't, to a certain extent, I didn't choose spiritual plane. You could say, yeah, maybe we choose, and then we're just kind of whitewashed. You don't know. You don't remember it. But on a secular plane, you could say, you don't have any choice in it. You just end up with what you end up with. And you can see, you know, what the result is. You know what I'm saying? Like, this idea of depending on where we're at with the story at the time. I'm only realizing now that all of this was kind of set in motion because there was nothing there emotionally. So you're trying to move away from it, run away from it, and whatever. So that him being there is worse than whatever. I would think. Because he's not emotionally there. And that's much more, I think, detrimental. And him being there and whatever. So construct or whatever. And I think a lot of it is, understanding and realize, first of all, she couldn't be further from the truth. Because I did not choose this, no one chooses it. It's a result of self-protection. You know what I'm saying? And so, yeah. That's what it is. You're trying to protect whatever. So, what? So, that's why you were set forth on this journey to begin. You know what I'm saying? But she's looking at it as like you chose to go there. I'm not talking about being here. I'm talking about that aspect of it. You choose that. No one chooses it. And more painful being there. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah. So, she's saying that because she's bitter. So, it's kind of like, yeah. It's just this air of like, whatever it is. I think in her mind, it's like, in her mind, if you're saying that, I'm not talking about it depends on what we're talking about. You know what I'm saying? My thing is like if there's any bitterness or anger or whatever, it's in the he doesn't call and reach out and let some valid saying, I didn't choose that. I didn't choose for none of my rules to reach out. You know what I'm saying? So I could say, yes, I chose to move out to LA. I did, and all well and good. But what's the point? I chose that based on That was the best case scenario. Look at me having a great household. Why would I want to be in a great household? But I still want to. She's saying that you chose to be out there. And to be isolated and alone and this and that. And I'm saying that's not valid, that's not true. I'm not choosing, because when I went out there, I was with someone. I didn't choose for the company. I didn't choose for the world to shut down. You know what I'm saying? And I didn't choose for that to have fun. I didn't choose to either have her leave me or I didn't choose them. Those are all things that just happen. So it's like for her to say you chose that, shows that is what, or that this equation is the being out here is away from family. But we're not talking about being away from family and friends because I stand by that. I'm saying that that's shitty, and I'm realizing why it's just shitty. And if anything, I stand by it even more. So, you know what I'm saying? At the speaker. All right, thank you. So, when I'm saying, if I'm complaining or talking about he doesn't call, or they don't call, or here alone, I have no one, I have no family, I have no friends, I have no. She's saying you chose that, and that's not right. I didn't choose to have that. I moved away from that because it was nothing factor. I did that on a self-protection. And there was nothing there with family issues, which is why I was able. This being the result of those circumstances, a result of all these other things that I don't have in hand in that moment. It might be still offshoots of forms of unconscientiousness and consciousness that I developed in order to cope, such as drinking or whatever. But even then, I didn't choose for her to leave or whatever. And then, for the sake of, we're talking about I didn't choose for him to be a scumbag and a piece of shit and not pay up, or her kissing me confused and blurs the lines. These are all things that just happen. Well, for that, no, we're going to be in that. We're going to allow myself to be in that position. But for me to have fallen on them not having my idea, I didn't choose that. Or bring out me. I didn't choose that. You know what I'm saying? So you can't say that. That's not valid. That's her trying to rationalize her being responsible for choosing a terrible fucking person and all of a sudden her mom, and that's what all this is about. You know what I'm saying? But so yeah. So what? Just saying the valid. Are you doing that? If you feel bitterness or resentful or whatever, that's fine. It's valid. You. So. You can say what of it. That's the crux of what you're feeling. It is your need for some sort of emotional capacity that they're not meeting. And that's your result for being a fucking idiot and choosing a terrible person. But I'm stronger than that. If I choose to be. So, I'm not going to apply the ego, trying to apply that to me and say it's some result of you made your bed. Because again, no one chooses terrible fucking people. You know what I'm saying? That's out of not. Just so I'm sure she didn't agree. But her not really creates that. In my reality. At least now I know. That was you better. Yeah. They choose not friends or associates or shit person. I'm not the face of it, but you know what I'm saying? It's coming from ignorance. It shows like the coping with the emotions of the forward person. Key is to try that out. They're empowered. If you just focus on that, you're disempowered. Yeah.
Shit, jumped off the bed.
If it was sunny, you would know you're.
I would have woken up
Lucid
immediately.
This is unreal.
No, but she was like, woo. And I was like, I can't hold you that much longer, And then I started yelling, and everyone around me were like standing around me, like, help, like I'm hanging on. Like, reach down and grab her hand and like pull her up or grab her. And everyone just kept looking at me. And because it was a dream, I kept seeing familiar faces. For some reason, Danny Two Sheets was there, but I couldn't say anyone's name. Somehow, I couldn't figure it out. I kept looking at those people standing next to me. I was like, lean over, help, grab her. And everyone just kept looking at me and not doing anything. And then eventually, she just slipped out of her shorts or whatever I was hanging on to, just slid off her. And then she just fell, whatever the 3 stories were, like onto the concrete. And yes, and then I ran downstairs and then I sort of woke up, but that was a dream. But now, as I think about it, it was sort of like, I don't know, it was, your daughter's commentary, was it? Also was, I guess it was this helpless thing of like, can somebody help me? And everyone's just standing around watching me, which is
No matter how hard you try, there's nothing you
Right.
can do.
it's a weird helplessness dream. But also, I realized I discussed cliffhanger with somebody
I was thinking of nothing.
earlier
It's a very interesting.
in the week.
And then the score underneath.
Yes, and I was describing the part where, Rooker, Michael Rooker took his novice girlfriend up to, the devil's high chair or whatever they called it, and slid across the tether, and there was a mechanical issue, and then Sly had to go out there and grab a glove, and the carabiner broke.
Yeah.
But it's always like, the reason I always drill down on those parts is for the same reason I drill down on the part in Con Air, which is the part where he gets manslaughter for killing a guy and pulled a knife on him in a parking lot in a rainstorm, which would never happen. But I always like that part in the middle of Act 2 when Michael Rooker's going, you killed her up on that mountain. You killed her up on that mountain.
Yeah.
And then Stallone or whoever they're yelling at, they just hang their head. They don't go, what the
They
fuck?
take it. Oh,
Imagine if you did that to Damashek. She'd be like, what? First off, you're the one that lost your girlfriend who has no experience mountaineering at all up to this thing.
how dare you?
Then secondly, there's some equipment failure, something you ran. And then thirdly, you hurt your knee, so you can't go saver that I risked my ass going out there to try to save her in a fucking carabiner run. That's me killing her on top of that mountain. The fuck out of here. Right. But they never do. They just hang their head.
Yeah, it's the drama. Do you think this dream meant anything? Like, do you believe in any of that? Like, you're just conscious of trying to tell you
I'm
something?
probably dealing with where is the help? Where are people? Why am I having to handle everything? How come I can't get a hand? Why is that everything sort of lands on my plate? Okay, I gotta take care of this, and then I gotta take care of that. Where are the others that are supposed to be taking care of stuff? Probably that factored in.
Yeah.
Theme, it's been an ongoing theme for me.
Sure.
I think it's like I do sit around sometimes and I think like, where's everybody inside my immediate family and then beyond? Like, where's the stuff? What have they got? Where's their warehouse? Where's their condo? And now, like, how come there's nothing other than what I produced?
You generated everything.
There's no properties, there's no dowries, there's no bank accounts, there's no land, there's no collection, there's no anything. It's just everyone kind of going, well, what do you got?
And it seems like you have lots of it. That's a weight to bear.
Yes. So that probably brought up, and then a completely different subject. There was Sonny Constant, who I love her because she sits on The View and every sentence she utters starts with, as a black woman. Also, when you start getting into everyone's ethnicity, it's always felt weird and dismissive, which is, I guess if your dad is black and your mom is white, or let's just say, your dad is black and your mom is Irish, to constantly say, as a black woman or as a black man is really weird and dismissive to your mom.
Yeah.
And, maybe it's kind of a Tiger Woods thing, but it's like when Kamala Harris is like in Africa going, I'm the first black woman to be vice president of the United States. Like, you're also the first Indian woman, because I think her mom's Indian. But what about mom?
Right.
And then also, you wokesters are the ones who never stop crowing about women and rights and representation. Why are you ignoring your mom?
Yeah, I don't have a kid that's going to be half Irish, half Filipino. So that kid only identifies as white. Like, what the hell?
Right. They won't, because there's no woke points for being white. So your kid is gonna work the Filipino angle. But if you were, I just think it's weird that the mom's ethnicity is completely ignored out of convenience, by the way. Like, if you got more, Colin Kaepernick got more mileage out of being half white rather than being full black or all white and for full black, he would just use it and get paid. He's just trying to get paid. Right. And I don't know what Sonny is. Sonny Huston, you can look it up, but I think she's like black with some Jamaican or something. Puerto Rican mom. All right, but she's gone. She's out of the equation. I mean, she doesn't say as a Puerto Rican woman, and she doesn't say as a half black woman.
Unless the argument is, unless she's defending Puerto Ricans, then she would start as a Puerto Rican woman.
That's exactly right. We keep it fucking right. It's so pompous and so arrogant. As a rich black woman who has one of the best gigs on television, and who went to, probably an Ivy League school and was a DA in Los Angeles or something in Los Angeles. Really, this is your angle? You have a gripe with how difficult it is for you and your half-fucking ethnicity to get along in this racist society and culture that we've created. But
she starts, and also the few ladies, they're dingbats, but they're ill-informed as well. So I don't know. Do we have that clip where she's talking about somebody brought up China? Okay, let me explain the problem. Every time somebody brings up China, see, the more we talk about the horrible, repressive, racist culture we have, the more the Chinese pick up on those talking points, and then they show up at our UN thing and they go, you guys are the problem with the race, you're the guys with the race problem, and then we go, well, what about the Uyghurs and Muslims and held in concentration camps? They go, oh yeah? Well, what about you guys? Except for we don't do any of that. We have Jussie Smollett. They have camps where they sterilize people. So there's a difference. But the more we mouth off about how horrible our culture is, then all it does is put us on an even footing with horrible regimes. So I don't know where that clip is or if you found it. You got it.
Well,
No, we don't have it.
did you watch any of the TikTok CEO?
Hold on, Dawsey shaking his head. Is it?
It's here, it's somewhere. Pull it up.
All right.
Sorry, it might have been miscommunication on my part. I knew you wanted a sort of montage. I didn't want that actually.
No, I said get the scene, and then I said, and she does the but it's just, I think it's making the rounds to start talking about how we're just as bad for because we incarcerate black men as China is, except for she doesn't get China right, so she fucked that up. All right, so we'll figure, we'll pull that. Dawson, oh, you got a second here. It's coming. All right.
Well, while it's on that,
Hold on.
did you do a lot of roofing growing up? Speaking of being on the roof, is I went on my roof a couple times. It's terrifying. The pitch is really steep, and it doesn't seem that high like when you're from looking up, but when you're looking down, I really go for going up there.
I did some roofing with my old grandpa like when I was like 12 years old with my roof on. I've done roofing. I've rolled roofing
I so much respect for
with my grandfather when I was a kid, and then of course when I got into construction, spent a fair amount of time on the roofs, but not necessarily as a roofer. But I've spent.
Do heights scare you?
As I get older, I feel more affected by heights than I did when I was 19. I used to just, crawl out the window, crawl off the thing. When we did earthquake rehab, you got to get those plates, those shear anchor, retention anchor.
Whatever's on Seinfeld's apartment.
Whatever's on fucking Seinfeld's apartment that doesn't exist in New York. You got to figure out how those plates get there.
Right.
Because the rod with the nut, the rod gets pushed out from the inside. So you want to get them on the outside, you got to go a 5-story building and you got to hang off it, like with just like a rope around your waist and just lower yourself down.
I mean, it's cool, right?
Put the plates on. Yeah, they don't scaffold those. They just hang. You just hang off the side of the building.
So
So
seeing the pictures of like all the people who used to work at skyscrapers, all the
Yes.
guys just walk out there, no harness, no anything.
yeah,
They just stand there, eat their lunch, sitting on the beam.
yeah, different times. All right, I think we have the clip, but I'm very disappointed.
The notion of patriotism and the notion of America, the American flag, has been co-opted by the right as if they are true patriots. But when I listened to Christopher Wray, the head of the FBI, he said white supremacy is the biggest domestic threat to this country. And so as a woman of color with a 6'2" black kid in college and a 5'7", 5'8" black kid in high school,
How tall are they, bitch? Her 6'2" son in college, I checked. He goes to Harvard, but as a black woman who has black kids, as a woman of color, sorry, that's a catch-all. All right, sorry, we'll
FBI, he said white supremacy is the biggest domestic threat to this country.
He's full of
And
shit.
so as a woman of color, with a 5'2" black kid in college, and a 5'7", 5'8" black kid in high school, I don't see that part of American exceptionalism. I'm sorry. I think this country has a lot of problems that could be solved. Yes, maybe they're putting Muslims in jail in Afghanistan, I think you mentioned, and China. There was a lot of like more black people in jail.
Yeah, hold on. I think the argument is every culture puts people in jail who do shit like break the law or kill somebody or attack a cop or something like that. I don't think I don't have a beef with the Chinese locking up arsonists or murderers or gangbangers. I think we have a problem with them incarcerating innocent people, you fucking nutty bag. I love the way they equate that, but we have people, by the way, she says in jail, but they're not in jail, it's not in Afghanistan. Well, you gotta get a little show prep at some point, you gotta get a fucking, but by the way, this shows she doesn't give a shit, because she said Afghanistan, it's like, everyone knows it's China, that's what we're talking about. Yeah, she doesn't know what the fuck she's talking about, but yes, as a woman of color who has a black son at Harvard, we also have our own problems here. It's a weird way to roll into your gripe about America, which is, I have one daughter, 5'7", 5'8", 5, 13, 16, maybe on a good day now. She's wearing flats. I have her probably about 5'8" and 5'8". But if she's barefoot, it's probably, I didn't do a metric conversion on her height, but it's, several hundred centimeters. And then I have a son who's 6'2", and he's 6'1.5", but I think in the program it says 6'2". Kind of round up, yeah. So he's somewhere between 6'1.5" and 6'2", maybe 6 1/8 on a good day. That's barefoot. He goes to Harvard. So as a woman of color who shat out a couple of kids, one's at Harvard, the other probably bound for Harvard or Yale or Brown or Stanford, you can see we have our own problems here. Yeah, we can set the table with our own problems.
I'll be honest, well, given the exact amount of information from you and Sunny, I think Sunny was a little bit better with her argument.
I don't know.
But yeah, same info, yeah.
I'm gonna throw a tape on both her kids after the show,
Kind of to confirm this.
kind of get to the bottom of it. But we have black people in prison, so we're no better than China. Okay. And by the way, China needs to sit back and laugh their fucking asses off. They're like, oh my God, we used to think we're gonna have to get missiles and bombers and tanks. We'll just sit back and laugh, pull up a bucket of popcorn and watch these fucking idiots just destroy their own culture. Awesome. Yeah, she's a genius. What the fuck? What? How can people get this dumb? What's her point? And it can only be done in an environment when you have 3 or 4 other bobbleheads just nodding constantly and I'm going, what the fuck are you talking about? First off, it's in China. And it's not Afghanistan, number one. Number two, they take innocent people and they round them up in internment camps. We're not talking about incarcerating guys who carjacked somebody the day before.
Yeah.
Another funny thing is the trans activism that is very heavy on TikTok these days is so against the banning of TikTok. And if you follow the lines that TikTok is essentially surveillance by the Chinese state over America. What do you think the Chinese are going to do to you?
Yeah.
What do you do? I mean, imagine the most apocalyptic, because you're all into this climate disaster and apocalyptic futures. Imagine an apocalyptic future where China is our overlords. Where do you guys stand there?
China, I heard, speaking of climate change, opens a coal plant every 2 weeks.
Every 2 weeks.
Okay. So I don't know what we're supposed to do over here in SoCal, But
The state of California imports 95% of our energy.
yeah, it's called global warming. It's not called Santa Monica. It's global. So if you're doing a hot day, if you want to deal with a global problem, then maybe you should be focusing on the nation that's shitting out coal-powered plants.
So in the Bay Area, they have these spare the air days
Right.
where you can't light a fire when it's
Right.
cold. And those spare the air days, they always happen to fall on holidays. Christmas Day, spare the air, can't have a fire. Thanksgiving, spare the air, can't have a fire.
They're talking about getting rid of gas stoves in California. It's fucking on. It's nuts. All right, do we have? I told Dawson to try a mashup. Yes, as you know, I'm a big fan of Phil Hendry, the radio show host who had that character. Does a bunch of characters, but always does the as a gay journalist. So it made me. I laughed at this shit 25 years ago when he was doing it. Now we're that everyone has to announce. Sonny Hanna has to announce that she's a black woman. Also, why do we need to announce that if we're looking at you? But just announce that. Just preface every statement she says. Because when she goes to the drive-through In-N-Out Burger and they ask her order, she says, as a black woman, I like a double fries and a strawberry shaker. That's what she is. Which, by the way, should be humiliating to her. I don't know why these people aren't more embarrassed, but all right. I could just start every sentence with as an Italian American, or you could start with as a Filipino. I mean, it'd be awesome if you did. All right, Dawson.
Yeah, would you like to hear just a piece of Phil Hendry to remind everyone who he is? There's this little piece I didn't hear.
I don't know whether it's worth it. If I don't put it to the gay eye, it might be just a turd on the run, man. I gotta make sure that that is, solid gold, man, solid gold information.
Talking about building through the gay eye.
White supremacy is the biggest domestic threat to this country. And so as a woman of color with a 6'2" black kid in college,
You're gonna hear it from a reporter on the NBC Journal. I am gay, and you're aware of that film, right?
Yes, I'm aware of that.
I will tell you, I'm gonna admit, as a person of color, can we say the first part of the lyric? Probably not. Okay, it's from a famous song.
I'm making my statement here, my case here is gay NBC Journal. I'm saying,
This is the hazard of being a black person in the United States today.
I'm gay NBC Journal. And just like that race track man is gay NBC Journal, get black, you're white.
The law as it stands right now probably protects the police officer's actions. And as a woman of color, I don't know what to do because this could happen to me, this could happen to my child, this could happen to my father.
I'm gay NBC Journal, that's looking through gay eyes.
Do you gotta put everything through the gay eye?
Yes, I do.
All right, nice job. Now, obviously, it's comical when Bill Hendry does it, but it's every bit. Bill Hendry's doing it in 1996.
Phil Hendry was pointing out the absurdity of doing it ever, and now it's absurd has become real.
Yes, so we're all living a fucking nightmare. All right, we got March Madness, whatever. Want to get to that before?
Well, speaking of, did you,
Oh, yeah.
did you hear that Whoopi's kind of agreeing with you a little bit?
Yeah.
Remember we were talking about that Mississippi anchor who was fired for saying the Snoop Dogg lyrics?
For shizzle my nizzle.
Yes.
Is that what it
That's what she said. She said that.
Yeah.
Jazz, and I'm saying fired, but she was just taking up the website off the staff. I don't know exactly what happened there, but so here's what we kind of talked about that I think will have cheap. That's to say for once.
I don't know why this is good fire, but I do know that people have to understand that sometimes stuff comes out of folks' mouths, and you might want to start with, hey, hey, maybe that wasn't the smartest thing to say, as opposed to, you're out. That's just me, having been in this situation before.
And we heard a little bit of this clip, so then, which I agree with that statement.
Sure, yeah.
So here's Sunny, I thought this was interesting, so Sunny wanted to give her take.
As a woman of color.
Yeah,
Okay.
but.
Or gay journalist, you know.
Oh,
yeah.
I forget which one she was.
Well, she is kind of a journalist.
Yeah.
I haven't met her husband. Okay.
But this is her, giving her take, but she has to ask for permission to not even say the whole thing, just the for shizzle line part, which means for sure. But here it is.
I will tell you, I'm gonna admit, as a person of color, can we say the first part of the lyric?
Probably not.
Okay, it's from a famous song, and it's from.
I don't know, I'm sure it's in a
I
song.
didn't know it was from a song. I thought that's just what he said.
Well, I'm sure he said it's like DJ Khaled, it's another bunch of things.
He might have used it.
But anyways.
Oh, no,
It's just the thing he said. He says it in commercials. I think he said it in a Corona commercial last week.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah. I know that's what he said. So are we allowed to say what he says?
But it's associated with him anyway, and then someone just goes, which that's how they were able to get away with it on air. Like they just do the syllables of it.
I don't think that people understand how sort of weird and condescending it is that we pretty much carved out a few things in the Black community as it pertains to Blacks that we cannot say, but we don't really have that for the Jews or the Filipinos or whatever it is. They will quote what this racist senator said. He called this guy a kike, you know, or whatever it is. But the for shizzle and nizzles and the N-words or something are the only, it's really treating them like children, essentially. Sort of sad. It's the soft bigotry of low expectations. It's like they're not up to the challenge that other groups are up to, so we're gonna have to really soft pedal this shit around that.
Yeah. So then, I just want one more movie to play for you. She kind of goes off.
Wait, you know what? Now that we're talking about this,
Yes.
there are too many things. Y'all need to make a book of stuff that no one can say. There has to be a book of stuff that nobody could ever say.
And then we can all say,
Ever.
then it
Include everything. Include everything. Because I tell you, the things that change, you can say this, but you can't say that. But next week you might not be able to say this. It's hard to keep up. It's hard to keep up. And if you're a person of a certain age, there's stuff we do and we say. You know what I'm saying?
She goes on to say, like, look, people on TV, we say a lot of things, and I don't think it's fair to be judged.
She wants to put it in the book. That's the appendices of 1984.
Yeah.
There's a book of words you can't say.
She is, it's funny when she snaps out of her methadone sort of haze, coma, which is like once every 37 shows, and brings it. She ends up kind of sounding like Chris Rock without the jokes.
The preachy.
She does it, she gets loud and she repeats, you know, the same thing over and over. She does the same thing he does, except for he ends it with something funny. She's all set up when she snaps out of her haze.
Well, speaking of things you can't say on TV, Mike Lynch had a really great screenshot of you on Sirius XM.
Yeah.
And not censored. Imagine being in your car with your kids sitting in the car and you see Adam Carolla's bit on Sirius XM. And the bit is the C word.
Yeah, which Mike sent me that his wife took the picture of, and we'll throw it up there.
Yeah,
Right now.
as well.
Right. It's Channel 94 Comedy Greats. Hey, it's not going to the great list. I used to be on Channel 93, the Comedy Goods.
Oh,
But I made it over to Channel 94, the Comedy Greats. That girl a cunt.
It's just funny to see that on your screen anyway.
Yes, it is. It's funny. I don't know. I didn't really remember doing a cunt bit, but I guess I must have.
It's an unprepared thing. You got that ball. So every time you get a ball, you just tie whatever word you get.
Yeah,
And
I know, but it still felt like I was being called.
oh, yeah, it looks like you're being called that as well. I'm sure whoever put that on the screen, pretty happy about it too.
All right. Oh, we have the Rooker Stallone cliffhanger scene. All right. Now we gotta take a look at that. This weight on the line. The line didn't snap. Her pulley fucked up.
Yeah.
And then she fell and he grabbed her. Why was his weight on the line? If it was his weight on the line that fucked up, then they'd both be dead because the line would have snapped.
It's just gonna go wrong. You're clicking.
Yeah, good. I do like that.
Tell
We did it your way. All right. She's stuck between two peaks on a zip line with a malfunctioning pulley right in the middle of a gully that's 2,000 feet deep. Other than hook yourself up and scooch out on the same line, what other alternatives do we have? You did it your way. I wanted it the only way. I suggested getting an 80-foot pole with a net on it, like I'm skimming a pool, and scoop it under her. I wanted to tie up balloons to her and have her rise above the game. Like, what fucking way did Rooker have?
Right. Install a net under her.
Yeah, what was his way of fixing this problem? Yeah. Not like they had much time. And, got me going. All right, look, let's take a break, and then we'll come back and do March Madness in the news right after this. Simply Safe, my listeners know I recommend Simply Safe, and I'm not the only one. U.S. News recently named Simply Safe best home security system of 2023, and that's why we all use it here, always have. They've been with us for over a decade now. In emergency, Simply Safe's professional monitoring agents use fast technology, capturing evidence and verifying the threat is real. Against you, priority police dispatches. That's what you want. Under $1 a day, less than half the price of traditional home security systems. Lock and unlock doors, access cameras, and arm and disarm your system from anywhere. Customize the perfect system for your home in just a few minutes at simplysafe.com/app and grab a free indoor security camera plus 20% off your order with interactive monitoring. That's simplysafe.com/app. There is no safe like Simply Safe.
Welcome to the peak, the premium off-roading. Mortgage 2.9% APR for 5 years and no payments for 90 days on true high output engine store like 2D elevation models. See your Southern California with GSE.
Do not buy solar panels if you live in one of these 11 states of America. It's the worst decision you could make for your home. Did you know that in certain states of America, the U.S. government will now buy panels for you and make them available for no cost in case you go solar in the next couple of weeks? It's not a joke. And in these states, 11 of them to be precise, Americans will be able to get a complete solar system from our government at absolutely no cost. And that way, go solar without any investment whatsoever. Sounds pretty crazy. But here's what that's all about. You see, with the goal to encourage as many Americans as possible to go solar, and that way contribute to a cleaner and happier planet, our government recently released a new special solar stimulus program, something they've secretly been working on for the past couple of months, and they're now literally providing everyone who applies with complete, brand new solar systems for no cost, including the latest generation of solar panels and a Tesla Powerwall, as well as paying a few $1,000s to anyone who accepts that offer and goes solar through this special program in the next couple of weeks. So in case you thought about going solar, and you do live in America, do not even think about buying the panels yourself, because through this program, the U.S. government will literally buy them for you. The only catch is you need to live in one of the 11 states they selected. And the truth is nobody knows why they made the program available for only 11 states in total. But those who happen to live in some of those 11 states are without a doubt in huge luck, because they will literally get to go solar and start saving thousands of dollars on their electric bills without spending a single dollar in the first place. Isn't that crazy? So, if you want to test your own luck and see if you live in one of these 11 states our government selected for the program, then go ahead and scan this QR code on the screen. So, if finally achieving complete energy freedom and saving fortunes on your electric bill by getting a complete solar system for no cost from our government sounds appealing to you, then make no mistake about it and scan this QR code to qualify for this special solar stimulus program today while it's still open. The seats are limited, so there's no time to waste. Scan this QR code to see how much you can save today.
And now, Alcoa presents Definitely Not a Jew on the Adam Carolla Show. Dateline, South Euclid, Ohio. A 27-year-old woman pled no contest to disorderly conduct after getting into a fight with a neighbor at a Walmart. After spitting on her, she hit the woman with a blunt object. The blunt object was a 10-pound log of ground beef. Definitely not a Jew.
All right, we got news, we got March Madness. Let's roll, Dawson.
It's time again for the big rants of March Madness. Yesterday, we started the Furious Four, and in a buzzer beater that had to go to the judges, woke car commercials, whacked freeway leads and trash, and provided that if you just believe in yourself, hold your truth, and never let anyone extinguish the light within you, you can be a champion. Who will face off against them in the final round? Let's find out. As a Classics Conference champ, Click It or Ticket goes up against the Big Government Conference winner, Student Loan Forgiveness. Click It or Ticket.
Well, Click It or Ticket means nothing, does nothing, as previously discussed on all these freeway signs. But idiots, especially sort of chicky, thinky, progressive idiots, love alliteration. So they love no nukes. They got no nukes. We got no fucking energy in California, but they got no nukes. And they both start the same letter. Meat is murder. Hands up, don't shoot. They just shit out phrases that don't make a difference, don't move the needle, and end up hurting our society. But it's a phrase that they get to repeat. How about, listen, it would be just as many people would be reminded to put their seatbelt on, passing under that sign that says Click It or Ticket, because right now it's zero because it's already built into every automobile. If it just removed Click It or Ticket and wrote black, don't crack, the exact same amount of people would be reminded to put their fucking seatbelt on. I will say this, when I'm in charge, we're either going to do two things with those freeway signs. Whatever citizen paid the most in taxes in LA County the previous calendar year is going to get their fucking face and ass up there yelling, kiss it. It's either that or we put the phrase, suck it or fuck it.
Student Loan Forgiveness.
What is your heritage? Heritage is the link between your Mexican heritage and contemporary Mexico. Is arriving in Mexico as soon as you're on the plane. Heritage is knowing that the salsa sí pica, even when they say no pica. It's having endless reasons to travel in Mexico in the most technologically advanced fleets. Your heritage is the best part of Mexico because no matter where you were born, a part of you will always feel Mexican. Fly to the Mexico you love. I am Mexico.
The word forgiveness doesn't really belong in this. We're granting you $10,000 or more. Forgiveness is when you fart in an elevator, then you go, oh, excuse me, I had Thai food. We shouldn't even use the fucking word forgiveness as it pertains to this. But we should also get these people in for a little pound of flesh, which is okay. I will grant you the student loan forgiveness. We will give you a $10,000 credit toward the student loan that you signed up for that we had nothing to do with. It's going to be underwritten by maybe people who never fucking went to college. But you know what? For you need to come out and clean up garbage by the freeway. Yes, I'm tying it into another subject. I need you to do something symbolic. You can't just have me free $10,000. You will get the $10,000 credit. You'll spend the next 7 weekends in an orange vest picking up garbage, and you will learn a valuable lesson that shit isn't free. There's repercussions, and even if your cleanup duties only amount to $800 worth of work, you still symbolically will get the message.
All right. As a Filipino man, I have a few ideas. All right, so first off, you're talking about the alliteration or the rhyming. Alliteration, I wonder why you have a problem with that, because we are playing March Madness at the moment, and we like totally topical TV and trivia time.
Yeah.
Some people like alliteration, I understand that, but I do like you throwing out ideas like changing the signs, or eventually gonna go to this up here, fuck it. But I think your student loan forgiveness idea of them actually having to do something tied with the freeway weekly crash, that seems a little more reasonable, a little more realistic, a little more productive. So my vote is for student loan forgiveness against the fines, but I'll defer to Dawson as well.
The comedy would be if some Republican senator said, fine, we'll do the student loan, but you owe us 3 weekends of clearing forestry in a fire zone or something like that. How fast AOC would call that racist? Or
slavery.
Or whatever, how hard the left would push back against asking for something in return for your $10,000.
Manual labor?
Yes, they would hate it.
Well, I agree. In the first round, sucker fucking almost got me at the end.
That's fine.
But definitely the student loan forgiveness is going to take over. So it's going to be student loan forgiveness versus woke car commercials for the finale of the NCAA National Championship of Adam's Anger Tournament. Tune in tomorrow for the final face-off of March Madness.
All right, update. Dawson, I still want to see if you can mash that up even more. I just want to hear a woman of color repeated along with gay journalists. Just that part repeated back and forth. Makes me laugh. Okay. I was informed that when I was thinking about calling my insurance company and then found out I had $75,000 deductible.
Yeah.
I then questioned, why do I have a $75,000 deductible?
7,500. What is it?
75,000. That's right. Which would be the equivalent to a $7,500 deductible to you. To me, it's $75,000. $75,000 deductible was explained that I'm in fire country. Except for every time I go to Mark Jurgensen's house, I marvel that this thing was built here in like 1927.
Yeah.
Same house from the 20s. And then there are many homes in the neighborhood that are like ranch houses that were built in the 50s. They're all built in the 50s.
It's stood the test of time.
How the fuck can this be fire country if everything that was built in the 50s and the 20s is still sitting here?
Yeah. Prehistoric fires, what's going on, guys?
I don't know. Yeah,
I'm sorry.
it's all a scam.
You're doing yourself then?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, my guys. All right, do we got some news?
Yeah, so some local news in LA. or actually Lancaster. Dawes, I'm sure you were watching this. There's a nice car chase. Dawson loves car chases. So he'll come in the studio, turn on the TV. There's a car chase. We got a car chase.
No, I missed this one yesterday, this one today.
Did you see the Kia that went airborne?
Yes, because of a tiger that did.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was gnarly.
Oh, that was the best. I mean, this thing launched 12 feet in the air, which, I mean, that's a lot. That's a lot to get a car.
Yeah.
But not this story, another
No,
one.
I
That's crazy. Yeah, sorry.
Well, this particular story, this is actually a man who stole a CHP cruiser.
Mhm.
Yeah, so,
Isn't that kind of on the CHP cop, though?
yeah, I think so. But not a lot of details have been released. I mean, spoiler alert, the guy did die, but it's crazy what happened. So he's being chased. He gets this cruiser. It's going over 100 miles per hour at one point, but then around the end of the chase, the man's driving 45 miles an hour and jumps out of the vehicle as it approaches a spike strip. Did you see this?
No,
Do you want to see it?
not really.
Okay. I know you don't like to see stuff, especially know what happened. He died in the hospital, but it's crazy. So if anyone wants to watch it, sure, you can go to Twitter or something.
Oh, as I say all the time, when somebody commits a crime, like, all right, this is theft. Now, it's not stealing at a Walmart, it's stealing a cop car. So you probably get a little more, but this is California, right? This is California, Los Angeles County. You steal a cop car, you may not serve any time if it's a first offense. I don't know. You're not doing,
It's at least 2 stars.
you're not years in the joint for stealing a cop car, especially if you don't have priors. You'd have to break parole and have a long list of priors, and then you would do some time. You would not,
It's squatters' rights.
you would not do a ton of time, or if any, for stealing a cop car. Yet, when I hear stories about this, and the guy died, and I think most of us have the same thought, which is like, yeah, good. That's one more fucking gangbanger we don't have to deal with, or whatever it is. I mean, we have a kind of Darwinian, I'm not that broken up about it, because he stole the car.
Was I talking about the people who died stealing cattle converters? We always.
Yeah, but like, it's still a catalytic, you steal a catalytic converter in Los Angeles, you will do 0 time. As a matter of fact, Lorena Gonzalez Sanchez, that big cow, or whoever your city councilwoman is, she'll get up there and grandstand about you being a hero. So, but we all appreciate it. Yet, if you murdered your neighbor's family, including their 8 and 4-year-old kids, we would go nuts if we tried to put you in the electric chair. Well, which is
It's some weird animalistic.
not with me.
No, yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
not with me. All right, what's the next one?
All right. Well, let's see. Oh, so there's a Dutch sperm donor who he's accused of fathering 550 children.
Dutch sperm donor sounds like a gay position sexually.
Like a move.
Yeah, well, so what happened? Well, started reverse cowboy. Then I spun that into a Dirty Sanchez, and then I bent one hand, got the underhooks in, and we did the Dutch sperm donor.
Yeah, it sounds
And
disgusting.
that's when I finished.
It's a move.
So that was my Saturday night.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Well, there's also a Dutch sperm donor. So he's a musician from The Hague, and Jonathan Myers is name. So he's being sued by the mom of one of the children, as well as DonorKind, the Dutch organization for children conceived via sperm donations.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so what happened is he has donated sperm to at least 13 clinics, and majority of them in the Netherlands. And as well as he's communicated with prospective parents on social media using an alias.
Does he? Well, okay. He donated, but is this like donating your eggs for $35,000?
I don't know. I don't. He's just done it way more than people, like the guidelines say you should be donating.
Mm.
Yeah, so we have.
Do you want the sperm of the guy. Like, you want the seed of the guy who beats off routinely in commercial office buildings, because that's really what we're talking about here.
Yeah, look at however much she's beating up. It's not really that. What they're trying to do is they're trying to reduce the risk of accidental incest. Because this guy is just really he's spreading his seed all over. So yeah, guidelines say one person may donate sperm for up to 25 offspring, or for 12 families, and that's to prevent incest and detrimental health of these children. Because they're also worried that these kids are going to grow up on how many siblings do I have, and they're going to feel a connection to it.
I don't know. The thing about incest is they always talk about, oh, the kid's going to be born with 3 arms and stuff, but from what I hear, it's a little more emotional than it is, practical, physiological.
Sure.
And, we do a thing that's like, this guy had sex with his second cousin, and we go like, except it's not really dangerous to do it. It's more the yuck factor, right?
Exactly.
But when you do the sperm donor, then you remove the yuck factor from the table because you didn't try to bang your second cousin or whomever. This is just this person you're attracted to. And then I wish I could date my doppelganger this way. Someone that had the same DNA.
Right.
That we'd be sitting around. So every woman I've ever been in a relationship with, when I drive through the red turn arrow, they all go nuts. Like, hey, where you going? Where you going? They freak out. And when they start complaining about all the things I complain about, they never know it, they never understand it, they want me to shut up. But imagine if I shared the seed with the person that was riding shotgun, we'd stop at the red arrow, and they go, what are you stopping for, bitch? And then I go, I'm just going to stop and look around for a cop. I don't smell the bacon. Now how about you fucking get going and don't spare the horses? And I'd be like, oh my God, I'm so attracted.
Oh, turn on.
I'm so attracted to this person. And then later on, it'd be like, I'm going to order a pizza. This is difficult, but I look around and go, I kind of want the Hawaiian style. Because I love Hawaiian style. Oh,
that's nice.
Yeah. And then later on, we'd be at the diner, they'd be like, fucking cottage fries and cubed new potatoes, where the hash browns? And I'd be like, oh, totally, yeah. And then they'd go, and by the way, this iced tea, this passion fruit iced tea, just fucking swill and throw it at the waitress. I'd be like, I'd be a boner. And I'd be like, oh yeah.
You'd be terrorizing diners all across the U.S.
Yes, we'd be simpatico. And then, unfortunately, at some point, we'd be celebrating our honeymoon, and we'd be in LAX. She'd be like, I think I can get into the Centurion Lounge. And I'd go, oh, okay, yeah, good. Now that finally somebody, then they tell her to go fucking pound sand, and they'd be like, oh,
You're down together.
but that's what they would have called me. Oh, this would be awesome.
There's just, it'd be some pottery. I like that.
Yeah, I could be with some chick who liked Datsun 510 race cars, enjoyed Albert Brooks movies. I mean, it'd be awesome. It would be so awesome.
Well, I don't. But anyway, this guy.
I'm moving to The Hague.
Go.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, yeah, you might find one of his siblings or with his kids. So speaking of, let's say you want to clone yourself as a woman. Right? That's what you want. Just clone yourself.
The last man show bit I ever shot was Adam clones himself. That's the last man show bit I ever done.
Because you're cloned with the rest of the bits.
I just remember that, I kind of remember looking around and going, oh, this is our last shoot. This is it. This is the last time we're going to do this.
You soaked in it?
A little bit. I remember having a memory of oh, this is going to be spur. This is going to be our last bit. Yeah, I think we would have had one more live show to do where we would have rolled in that bit, but that was it. Yeah. And Dr. Drew was in it.
Oh, that's
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe we'll find out. Anyway, go ahead.
Well, anyway, so speaking of cloning, remember we were talking about how
scientists are trying to clone the woolly mammoth. They're always bring back the extinct woolly mammoth. And we're laughing about it. It's like, oh, that'd be good meat.
All right.
Did we say that? We did, yeah. We thought it was good. Well, scientists have grown a cultured meat with woolly mammoth DNA, and they made a meatball.
Paisans.
Yeah.
As an Italian American, I appreciate that.
Yeah, so they all in the Netherlands. So gosh, a lot of stuff going on over there on Tuesday. But they chose the woolly mammoth because it's a symbol of diversity loss and a symbol of climate change. So it's an important message.
But climate change is what killed off the woolly mammoth?
Yeah.
Okay.
So in order to bring back
So how long ago was that? Because we only have like 6 years.
Right.
Okay. Red Thunberg.
I'm just running out.
I think Al Gore. Oh, wait a minute, we're fucked because in like 07, Al Gore said we had like 8 years or something, or 10 years. So,
We could ask Brad, which is being carried off somewhere.
yeah. Oh shit, we're past that. Oh, we're fucked.
Oh, totally.
Well, what I'm hearing is we can do whatever we want now. Because,
Like building a new coal plant.
This is
Yeah.
in China.
yeah, we're already in golden time here. We're at OT. Okay, all right, so how many years do we got this time? All right, when did the woolly mammoths die off because of climate change? Was that 18 years ago or
No, it's more than that.
Civil War.
probably Civil War era?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So anyway, what they did was they took the DNA sequence from mammoth myoglobin, which is a muscle protein responsible for flavor, and then they filled it in. They filled in the missing gene with the DNA of an elephant. So it's kind of Jurassic Parky because the elephant's the closest living relative to the woolly mammoth. And they inputted this formula into sheep stem cells, causing them to replicate and grow the 20 billion cells needed for synthesizing this meat. So this meatball, I mean, there's pictures of it. It's big, but nobody's tried it yet. No scientist has tried eating it.
Jimmy would eat it.
Absolutely, yeah, he ate that.
Yeah, piece of Canadian bacon and then a thumbtack through it for 1 calendar year inside an office on a corkboard.
Yeah.
Ate it 1 year later.
Well, the reason,
Yeah, less.
yeah, I think I know people that I've seen eat too, but
Yeah, I mean, shrimp tabs.
Yeah.
Do this.
But anyway, but the reason they're not eating it is because they said they haven't seen this protein for thousands of years, so they don't know how our immune system would react if we eat it. So that's why.
Well, what if we mask up in between bites? That would help.
Well, according to scientists,
Yeah,
that's-
yeah.
So right now, Singapore is the only country where lab-grown meats can legally be sold to consumers. Singapore is leading the way. And that's if you want to try to aim remote close to the state of Singapore. But this past summer, the U.S. FDA declared that cultivated chicken is safe for eating. Yeah, I just might be having this.
No, but they don't like farmed trout, right? They like wild caught.
Right, that's a big.
But you know, I was thinking about wild caught the other day. Like every commercial is like wild caught salmon, wild caught perch, and wild caught trout and stuff. We call it wild caught, but to the fish, it's not wild caught. That's their home. That's where they live. It would be like if somebody speared me in my fucking den watching TV and went, wild caught human. I'd be like, not for me, it's not. This is outside. I'm in a bathrobe, bro. No, we caught it in the wild. Our wild is what my wild is watching TV.
Yeah.
So
Their wild is
I say it should be called wild caught trout to us,
to us.
not to them. They're in a brook. That's where they live.
Yeah.
Just I'm outraged.
They're like those bears we saw in Alaska.
Right.
They're catching the fish. They're not wild catching them. They're at the cafeteria.
Yeah.
They went to the
Yeah,
lunch.
Into that.
They're a golden corral. That's like wild. You shoot a fat guy in a golden corral and take him home and eat him. He's a wild caught human. I'm outraged by this, and I demand change. Sorry. Oh, we got the man show bit? Okay.
It's your final bit.
My final bit on the man show. genetic biotechnology.
All right, I'm ready to be cloned. Now, this is a huge
This is a true action.
example. Some kid is doing cloning is a front to God himself. Listen, just fire it up, Socrates. I need help in the yard. Hey, kids, I was just going to say the same thing to you. Thanks, Doc. Wait. There are things you don't understand. They could be deadly. Lunchtime.
Such an actor. Program to eat the date.
And that's when I realized that kitty cats have dreams too.
Fascinating. Could you excuse me for a moment? Yes. 3 minutes left. We make up by 2. Backwards front. What do you got? Fish, salmon, beliefs and fairies. Coffee about 10. Good luck.
I'm taking shifts and how to take on the phone. It's supposed to be
Now, the sweet love door.
Okay, I'm gonna shake the two off clearly.
Almost. Okay, we're gonna find it over round 2.
You are too much.
What an impressive one. I don't know the half of it.
It's a montage, yeah. Arm wrestling, but arm wrestling can't beat myself. Riding a bike built for 2. Sliding into the car, hand in the right wrench.
Yeah, you guys. Thieves.
All right, not myself.
I didn't you think of it? That was the day, you said it, man. Excuse me. But, you know, technically, if we were to, it would still just be masturbating. Or just me.
Okay.
Oh, what the hell?
Oh my God. Hold on. Yeah, my doppelganger. Hold on.
It's still ways. I didn't touch you. And I tried to tell you, any sexual contact between you and your clone would result in disaster. So, now I'm afraid so. Maybe it's for the best. Maybe man shouldn't try to fight God. Maybe man should just let nature take its course. Maybe so. But just one thing. That explosion could have destroyed either one. How do we know which survived? The world may never know, Dr. Kevorkian. Now get the goddamn door so I can finish beating off. Do that.
What was that title part again? Due to my strong personal convictions, I wish to stress that this film is in no way endorses the belief in the occult. Adam Carolla.
Gotta be careful. You said God. You gotta be careful.
That was a good bit. You guys told me the idea of if you give each other handies, it still counts as masturbation. You're close.
Not gay.
Not kidding.
Not gay. No homo, as the kids say. All right, we also got a quick new mashup, and then we'll bring in the host program. Mentalist also runs marathons and does lots of cool stuff.
And so, as a woman of color,
Oh, yeah, teacher.
I will tell you, I'm going to admit, as a person of color,
I am gay, but when my teacher came in, teacher, I'll tell you.
that this is the habit of being a black person.
I'm gay, teacher.
love fucking insanity for a living. Otis Parliament is coming in. He's a mentalist. He's he's going to do something for us too. So.
You want to watch the thing that he's done real quick? Because he hooked up with Randy Moss.
Oh, he did.
In effect too. So I want to play that for you. He's even doing stuff with football teams, like training camps.
Oh, really?
Stuff, yeah. So,
all right. You're doing something like pregame with Randy Moss?
Yeah, so let's watch this.
Back in time to when you were a kid or a teenager before you were a Hall of Fame wide receiver, and I want you to close your eyes. Close your eyes, Brady. I'm going back in time, and I want you to picture the face of somebody, that is boy, girl, somebody from your past that you have not talked to in years, you have not thought of in years before today. I'm putting you on the spot, Brady. Can you visualize this person's face?
Yes.
Open your eyes. Right off the bat. See, it's a boy or girl? 100% it's a guy. Is it a guy?
Right.
If it was a girl, you would smile a little bit more. Give me those smile. Ready? Focus on the first letter. Don't say it yet. Focus on that first stop. Say, get it.
No.
Say no. Don't say no. Oh my gosh. Name starts with a T, doesn't it?
No.
Claire, are you serious?
Serious.
Hold on. What's his name? Oh, you just got
Yeah. So he does stuff like that. I mean, it's unbelievable.
Well, we'll bring him in and talk to him about it in person right after this. Let me tell you about my friends over at Morgan & Morgan. Injury suck, pain, hospital bills, missed days of work. It's the worst. And if you've been injured, hiring a lawyer could be the best decision you ever make. You might think hiring a lawyer is hard or confusing. Morgan & Morgan makes it super easy. Start your claim from your couch in about 6 clicks. If you don't want to call, that's okay. Just text with your lawyer. Easy. Best part is that it's free. You only pay if you win your case. No, it'll be win-win. America's largest injury law firm, 900 lawyers, 100 offices, 24/7 customer service, over 15 billion recovered from clients. It is Morgan & Morgan, right, Dawson?
All you have to do is dial pound law or go to forthepeople.com/Adam. That's pound law or forthepeople.com/Adam. That's pound law or forthepeople.com/Adam. This is a paid advertisement. It's time to check Adam's voicemail.
Don't use standard like pineapple on pizza. Something delicious. Sweet and savory, hot in your mouth. We should have been the original topping on pizza. Anyway, get up.
You can leave us a message at 888-634-1744.
Mentalist Otis Perlman is in studio. It's also very interesting moving beyond that. Good to see you guys.
Thanks for having me.
Israeli born.
Yeah.
Running marathons. We'll get to that. And first off, let's just jump into that. 2015 did a 50-mile ultra marathon and completed it in 5 hours and 25 minutes.
Should have thought out their cars, right? What was they doing running that far?
That is a pace, man. I mean,
6:30 per mile. Oh, yeah.
if anybody, I've said it all the time, and I'm usually talking about Kenyans, doing a marathon in 2 hours and 7 minutes or
I'm
something.
chasing the Kenyans. I'm the guy behind that.
I get it, but somebody go out and see if you can run 1 mile at what the Kenyans average for 26. You couldn't do it. If you did, you'd be throwing up as soon as you cross the finish line because you've got to average, high 4s or something. So you can go.
Do you know what your fastest mile is?
I remember like in junior high, they had the 6-minute mile test or some shit like that.
Yes.
Whatever, maybe 6 minutes and 22 seconds. But I was in heat after that. If you're doing 26 of those in a row,
That's what I'm saying.
that's unthinkable. Like when you see someone hit a baseball, you go, maybe they got lucky, the wind was blowing out or something. Or drain a 3, you kind of go, that's doable. Undoable. I mean, you doing 50 miles in sub 6?
I was over 6.
6
Well,
what?
it's 6:30 per mile is what I averaged out to.
I was clicking them along, it was going well.
50.
Yeah. Jeez. I run further than that, I'm in that case. I run 153 miles at once.
153
When I
miles.
ran from Athens to Sparta in Greece, it's like that movie, The 300, you remember that movie Jordan Butler? That's what these crazy guys came up with the idea, because in that movie, this dude does it. And that was supposedly what we got the Spartans to defend against the Persians. There's like a big epic story in that movie. And so I went out to Greece, the first year I did it, didn't finish. And then the people doing these races are nuts. Like, I hear you thinking I'm nuts, but imagine you get in a room where me crazy, I meet people that are much crazier than me. I'm like, no, that guy's crazy.
What are you thinking about when you're running to that one?
You know, it's great. You know what? I think you get into a zone where your mind kind of tunes out. I just saw my biggest creative bursts, like a comedian, where you come up with premises, punchlines, things like that. I come up with my best material running, 100%. Shower, and when I'm running. I just kind of zone out. I don't know, sometimes it's miserable. What am I doing running right now? I'd rather drink a cold beer.
You were a magician before you were a mentalist.
Yeah.
Right? And is mentalist a cousin of magicians, or how would you
So I
classify?
I quit Wall Street to do this. I'm Perlman, literally a Jew. So when I had to tell my Jewish mother I'm quitting Wall Street, I like to put things in the terms of doctors. That makes her less like, why are you quitting your job? So a magician is more like a doctor, and I'm more like a plastic surgeon. So it's hyper specialized. So you'll never be a mentalist when you start as a magician. It's almost impossible because you have to learn the same subset of skills. Think about cards, right? I spread the cards, Chris, pick one, you put it back, I find it, right? You know what's gonna happen. It's sleight of hand. You know that somehow I'm doing a thing with my hands to find the card. Mentalism is, what if I don't even need cards? Screw the cards. What if I just look at you and say, think of a card? And now I know where you're gonna go, or I guide you to path.
Yeah, the only time I ever saw any of this growing up was my grandfather, who was an old school Hungarian Jew, would like to kind of entertain at a cocktail party a little bit. And he had this game where he'd like, oh, I'm gonna leave the room and you hide your car keys somewhere and then you'll guide me to that or something. And he'd stand the person up and hold their wrist or something. And at some point they'd end up in the car keys. Because I guess the person was guiding them.
That worked.
Jordan. It was fairly effective, or I don't know, everyone was drunk and didn't care. I can't remember, but it was sort of explainable. But that was his kind of the mentalist move, I guess, for a guy who wasn't a mentalist.
That's all muscle reading. That's a legit thing. You can do that. You get good at it. Your body actually gives you signals that you can't control. It's what a polygraph is. I would do that in a show. It's a little boring and long. That's legit stuff. That's actual science.
So you've been on Ellen, you've been on America's Got Talent, I think third in 2015, I believe.
Yeah.
With this, and you set up a trick. I don't know. Well, by the way, what do we call them? Gags?
I call it a trick. I call it. I'm not proud. It's not like there's not some sort of it's a performance, but in essence, it's a trick. But let's give it a shot. Like for Chris, for example, before I walked into the studio, because when I watch this stuff, I'm the biggest skeptic. You know, if I'm listening to your podcast, after goes from one, and so I'm so fake. You know, he said before I walked in that room, have you ever met me face to face in our life ever? No. So here's what I like. I like to do things that you don't aren't BS, because let me ask you right now in this moment, I want it to be spontaneous. You said we set up a trip. We didn't set up anything. I want you to think of somebody that you're going to talk to in the next couple of weeks. Okay? Anyone in your life that you're going to talk to in the next 2 or 3 weeks. Okay? Did you just think of somebody? Yeah. Anyone in the world that knew who that is? No. Did you know you were going to think of that? No. Right before that said, you had no idea what thoughts was great. Hear me out. If I'm listening to this, I'm skeptical. You know, I know who you are. I know your name. What if I go on Google, Facebook, and I figure some stuff out? No way, bro. That's probably something you know well. That's probably something inner circle. Inner circle. I want you to possible. I want you to go back in time to something you wouldn't even know. Nobody you work with, you know. Are you married? I see the fit in the ring. Yeah. Your spouse wouldn't even know. Close your eyes. Okay. I want you to think back to the first girl you ever had a big crush on. Okay. Have you ever mentioned that on this show? Ever? No. You asked. You already did it. You know who's thinking of it?
We'll check your personal shit. I'm not interested in it.
Okay, hear me out. Have you posted this over your eyes? This guy's looking at this, getting weird. Have you ever posted somewhere that I found copy with hard stop, 0% chance? 0% chance. Think of the name, and you're going to do it. Don't use your fingers. Anytime you do that, see your fingers. Count how many letters are this person's name, just to yourself in your head, just to yourself. Look how quick you got. Look at that. I'm telling you how it works. He nodded too fast. If that name is Michelle Alexandra, that's a struggle. That was a quick name. Watch it out. It was 3, 4, 5 letters. 3, 4, 5, 4 letters, isn't it? Yeah. I didn't come here to get stuff wrong. All right, hold up. Think of her name. Okay. You never know each other. This is your first girl. See, the first girl here is first time. Yeah. All right. This is the list of I'm going to close your eyes one more time. Okay. And if they're not seeing this visually, I'm going to make sure, Adam, that you have seen what I wrote down. Have you seen it?
Yeah.
I'm not changing the name. Open your eyes. Some people first crush and some people pump you up. I'm feeling this is an older girl, like 3rd grade. She's a little older. Tell me, who do you think of? What's her first name? Anna. Anna. What?
I haven't even thought about her in a decade.
This guy just went from 6 to midnight, you know what I'm saying? Anna, she still got it. She's still, hold on, you know what? Here's what I like to do. I would like to switch gears. When I asked,
Boss, bro.
I got hard. Did Randy Moss walk up? Wait. When I told you to think of Anna, you know how thoughts work? One thing sets off another thought. But if I tell you, go back in time, think of the next certain thing, you're going to suddenly think of who's on that day, certain things come together. You thought of Anna, but then you're thinking of her, she's your first crush, and you're thinking of a kid with a weird name. Am I right? The kid you went to school with, did you grow up with this kid?
Yeah.
How did you know? Does he know Anna? Was there a connection as to why you thought of her or unconnected?
We're in the same grade.
Same grade?
Yeah. He's my best friend. First grade.
Still or no?
No. I've talked to him since he left the school after that.
Hold up, something weird. You don't think of his name.
Yeah.
Mix up the letters. Just mix them up. Let's scrabble. Mix them up.
Okay.
Just grab one of the letters out of the middle somewhere. Don't say scrab.
Okay.
Look at me. N. Did you think of an N?
No.
You switched. You did N. You did something right before it. That's funny. You did the N and you did the one right next to it. Spells it weird, doesn't it?
For shizzle.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, this is not, probably it's right. I'm not getting paid, so screw it, who cares? Take a look. Did he spell it weird or is it just a weird name?
He spells it
He
weird.
spells it weird. You just thought anybody. He didn't know he was gonna do this. Just thought of somebody. What was this kid's name you were friends with around that same time?
Brandon.
How do you spell
Branden.
it? With an
That's-
H.
Whoa! Because they're going, you have no boss? Oh, that's
He's in a control room, is crying right now. No, he can't take this. That's insane. He left.
What the hell? I love that people decades.
Wow. Bullshit, I call bullshit.
Yeah.
I call bullshit too, I don't buy it.
Wow.
Sound
He wrote, for those listening, he wrote it on a legal pad.
Yeah, sorry for the lack of response. You understand now, we wrote it, show that.
So, could you teach this to somebody?
Maybe my son one day, he's trying to work me over my 6-year-old to show me the tricks. It's a teachable skill, but it's kind of like music. I can't hold a pitch to save my life. Are you good at musical instruments?
I have a good ear for being able to pick things out. I can't play and I can't sing, but I hear it and I understand.
You got so what I'm saying, the reason I describe it is my boy, for example, perfect pitch, good with music, play instruments. I don't have the skill, so could I teach anyone? Yeah, but you might not be as good. So it's kind of like a musician. Unless you have that innate talent, you're probably not going to get that far with it, but learning a couple mental tricks. I tell everyone to learn a magic trick or two. It's like a get out of jail free card life. When I went to get a desk job, like a day job, instead of my resume, professional magician since I was 14, who do you think's getting that job offer? Me or the poor guy after me, after I just did like 3 of the craziest tricks at the end of the interview? They're like, you teach your kid 3 good tricks. I'm talking about just 3 tricks that can anywhere, any place. Not mentally. This is a little more fun, but like 3 magic tricks, you can do that anywhere in the world. Like comedy is subjective. Music is subjective. Amazement is worldwide. I can go anywhere, drop anywhere in the world, no language, no nothing. I can freak people out on the remote.
Yeah, so there's a part of it that's a technique, and then a part of it that's, but you, like an athlete, we can teach you the technique, you don't have the ability, you're not making it the NFL.
Totally.
How, and then are these documented? Like I just interviewed Penn Gillette for a long time.
I listen to it.
Yeah, it's fun, good dude, you know, things are documented, handed from generation to generation. So there must be some documented mentalist stuff, but then there's making up mentalist. I mean, doing your own gags.
Right.
Right.
Did you ever see the Curb Your Enthusiasm, the one Larry David did his kid was a magician? Do you know this episode?
I've seen them all.
So this kid, he does a trick, and then Larry David says, so show me how you did that. He goes, I can't show you. So how do you know? It's a magician show you. Like, why show you? Because I'm a magician.
Right.
So Larry goes, I'm a magician too. No, you're not. Amazing. I actually did a trick. I performed for Larry David, and I bent the spoon, which is a trick I do as much. So I take a spoon from someone's house, and I look at it, it starts to bend. And this was, like you said, invented by a guy named Uri Geller. And he was famous in the 70s.
Wasn't Uri?
Uri, yeah. Kind of Israeli, but
I see. Give me the Israeli.
I'll play it up. Uri, yeah.
Yeah, Uri Geller, he would like start clocks with his mind,
Yeah.
stop clocks, bend silverware. I do think David Blaine gave him a piece of silverware that he was going to bend, but he was like, let me go to the car and get it. And I was like, I'm going to get one of those. He's like, I got my own for it. And I'm like, well, this is I'm kind of on to this. You know, that's a fine form. I said, hey, there's a kitchenette in West Milwaukee. We just go get a fork. It's like, I got my own fork. So, I don't, Uri would, there it is. We got Uri would show up on the Michael Douglas show and stuff and like use his mental powers to stop. And sorry for filibustering, but we had a handful of weirdos that we idolized in the 70s. Like, Yul Gibbons, man, that guy eats a pine cone. Yeah, people have fentanyl eat pine cones too. Like, was always like, isn't that because they did this guy and that guy? The people you never heard of, but in the 70s, they were maybe like cult heroes. Oh, yeah, but they weren't celebrities and they didn't do much. But Uri would claim to stop things.
But he said it was supernatural. That was
He said it was supernatural. Is he still alive?
Yeah, I read it on television. By pure chance, I got mother dog just sitting at a restaurant. And then my mom was with me. My mom was in the truck. She said, do you know who he is? I'm like, you're the land. And then she gets over to take photos. Amazing, man.
He's got to be 80, right?
Dude looks good. I think he's in his 70s. He looks good. He looks good, man.
He started early, I guess. I mean, because he was hot in the 70s.
Dude, he tricked all these guys like sheikhs in Saudi Arabia to keep telling him to get doused for oil. So he'd be like, give me a few $1 million, get me a helicopter, I'll tell you there's another oil field. Meanwhile, you're gonna dig there, but I'm gonna go back to Israel right now for $3 million.
Wow! Somebody's got to do a doc on that dude. Like, was he big in like 74, 75? Like kind of late, early? But anyway, household name.
Dude, he was Michael Jackson was the best man of his life.
Really? Because he could bend a sport. That's what his mind. Yeah. But if you didn't have the actual ability to do this, wouldn't you use it?
I think we were freaking loud enough.
Yeah, this movie, you know what I'm saying? For more than ruining silverware, you'd like be communicating with animals and stuff, right? Trying to figure out populations and endangered species. You'd be like Aquaman. You'd be like talking to whales and stuff. You wouldn't be bending spoons.
I'd be dog whisperer. I'd be like, here's how to get your dog to stop crapping in the dog.
How did he bend the spoon?
Yeah, I could do the same thing. So I'm not saying he wasn't supernatural. I'm not like a debunker, but I could do the same type of thing, and I'm not using any special skills other than my 5 senses. So wait, I gotta finish the story. That thing with Larry David, I get a chance to do it for him. I bent the spoon, and you're asking like, how do you learn this stuff? Because you're passed out. But Larry David takes the spoon from me, but I'm here taking. Just want to see the spoon.
Right.
And they go, what the hell do you want me to do with the spoon? It was like one of those moments where Larry David, this guy was literally who I thought he would be anything more. It was just spectacular, but some people just do tricks that they read in books, because there's books, there's like anything. Who wants to do stuff you learn, or some people create their own. I do a lot of both. I create a lot of stuff. And when I'm on TV, I always make up new stuff. Like right before you saw, you guys watched a clip of me, I was on right before the Super Bowl. Rihanna was halftime, I was pregame on ESPN right before, and I made up the whole thing I did. I never done before.
What's the batting average for you on those live, not battle test, not handed down from Uri? They're like, I just came up with this in my hotel room. Like,
let's hope this works. It's been pretty hot, but you know what? No risk, no reward, and it's one of those things where I do something safe. The audience is feeling it. You know what a guy walks across the tightrope? He just walks across like nothing. You're like, do that too. You know, dust the rain hits that guy. You see that in the Grand Canyon do that in Melinda? Oh, my stomach is falling. I'm about to grab my pants. This guy's like, I have to stick, it's wiggling side to side, this guy's gonna die. So I think if you do something risky with real risk, people can feel it, sense it, like the thing I did in the Super Bowl was crazy risky, and it worked out, but man, I didn't like to get drink again, because it was so much riding on it, it was so dangerous.
How much of what you just did to Chris, or you did to Randy Moss, how much of that is mechanical versus intuitive versus, like, when I say mechanical, I sort of mean an algorithm. Like sometimes people will go like, all right, add 7, and then times it, and then divide it by, and you can end up in a number that'll kind of blow everyone's mind, like a birth date or something, but there's a algorithm to it.
Right.
Versus intuition, body language, sort of reading.
Mostly intuition, yeah, it's not really, it's a hard algorithm to know that Anna was the one in third.
I agree, but I don't know the sport at all, so maybe there's more mechanics to it than we think.
Let's rock and roll this app. Okay, I give you a hypothetical.
I mean, I'll just jump in and say,
Yeah.
magic is, Pendulette is not a warlock or a sorcerer. Oh, he's a skilled practitioner of magic. The magic is the game, it's the trick, but it's not because he's 50% more magical than we are. It's like he knows the game. But your game is different because it can involve and does involve more intuition and maybe less mechanics, for sure.
Here's the key difference. It's like comedy. You can't be a better at comedy or practice comedy on audience. You know, 100%. Consider all practice jokes, whatever you want. Audience tell you it's good. Magic. You can do his magic show at home and practice it really kind of, and it's going to be sweet and clean, it's going to be amazing. You know it's going to work. You still need the audience. If you can practice a card trick at home until you're really good at it. For me to try to guess what's in his head, I can't do that on an audience. Literally, you have to fail, and then the reason it's less mentalist. Because magicians, not magicians, I love magic, but their tricks, they can practice until they work. Versus if you're a mentalist, most of the time you're going to fail epically for a long time. You're going to eat so much shit that most of the people don't have a thick enough skin to get over the hump of being bad at it, to break into being kind of good, to be great, hopefully being amazing. So that's why you don't see as many people doing it.
What are most sort of soothsayer, get your palm read, get your fortune told, place that a lot of women going for? What would you classify them as?
Generally very good at cold reading.
Right.
But cold reading is an algorithm, like you said. The guy walks in, not a wedding band, a woman walks in, a certain age, there's going to be 5 main things she's thinking about. It's going to be based on their love life. Based on a certain age, let's see if there's a wedding band, am I having kids soon? Am I moving soon? Is this money related? Something to do with my mom? Like, you can literally look at somebody and when you say certain things and you watch them light up a little, or you kind of, it's fishing. I reach in the pole, I get a little bite, I start pulling. So the same thing, a lot of those people, you'll see like the psychics once, get a guy, somebody you think of a guy Michael, and like, of course you're gonna think of Michael, there's most common name. So you can kind of fish a little and feel what works. And then most people that go in for some sort of psychic advice, they want it to work. They don't want to go in there and be like, nope, wrong, here's $200, I feel like an idiot. They want to get to the bottom of it. So you have kind of not the boring, it's like an ethical issue. I can do that stuff, but I can't live with myself. I like to entertain.
All right, we need to take a quick break. I was going to hang out. I think we'll do another gag.
Yeah, for sure.
Right after this. Tommy John, when you're young, spring break is all about what you take off, but as an adult, it's about what you put on. I suggest Tommy John loungewear. Wear it anywhere, poolside, inside. New Tommy John loungewear. Tommy John loungewear, pajamas and underwear, and dozens of comfort innovations on luxuriously soft, tri-blend and micro-modal fabrics, which do the 4-way stretch. I'm wearing mine right now on the loungewear, Tommy John underwear. They've been covering butts for over 15 years. It's just the best. Once you get into it, do not get out your Tommy Johns. If you try to I would wear Tommy Johns 3 days in a row rather than finding a clean pair of non-Tommy Johns. I know really makes it here, but it's true. It's the best pair you'll ever wear. It's free, guaranteed. Am I right, Dawson?
Shop Tommy John's colorful new spring designs at TommyJohn.com/Adam and get 20% off your first order. Save 20% right now at TimeJob.com/Adams. Send the details.
Facts about California energy policy. California shut down about 25% of local oil production in the last 4 years and now imports 75% of the oil we use, mostly from foreign countries, resulting in higher gas prices for working families. Learn more. In celebration of Jim Corolla's upcoming 92nd birthday, here's a list of 92 things Jim Corolla has never done. Number 42, attended a concert by any band founded after 1975. Just one of 92 things Jim Corolla has never done. Let's get back to the Adam Carolla Show.
All right, here we go. Otis Perlman is here as Mentalist. Got a website, it's ocperlman.com. We'll go there and find out.
Some corporate bookings, things like that.
Or Instagram at OCTheMentalist, that's right, post all my stuff.
So we were gonna maybe do another gag.
Let's do it, I get that. How many people do you think you interviewed in the history of the show? Ballpark thing, how many years have we had?
Well, I interviewed somebody most every show,
Right?
most go better than this one, but let's not digress. But there's a lot of repeat guests,
Right?
so I would say the round number for numbers of shows I've done, I don't know, 3,300, 3,500, something like 3,500 with some repeat customers. So I would say I've interviewed, if you spoke interviews, 3,000.
Thousands. So how about this hypothetical? I can tell you to imagine that instead of me in this, get rid of me, you stick someone, but not some people already interviewed, because that's what you said, repetitive. You said it, not me. So I ask you to visualize and think. Say, well, I have to Google it, but in your mind's good enough for now. Someone dead or alive, man or woman, hypothetical, that it would be fascinating to have them sit right here in the seat, you have questions ready in this person. Can you close your eyes and picture that person's face right now? All right, open your eyes. And notice what I said. I want you to see it, Chris. I told that dead or alive, which is a fascinating way to put it, because now it's like, right, in any day, two Jeffries by the line, or my here, I was up here, Jeff. But anyway, I think that your mind, you have to tell me right, but as soon as I opened up dead or alive, I said, screw it, alive, I want alive, I can get that person. I said, yeah, I believe in dead. And now I said man or woman, and I can always tell the man or woman response. He's interviewing a dead chick. First off, a little creepy. But second, he's gonna smile, he's gonna lick his lips, there's gonna be a little bit of energy there. I think it's a woman, I think we have a dead guy coming right now. And now I know, I hear your race, I know what I'm so you're asking me, is it Albert? Of course it is. So I'm thinking to myself, who would you pick? And it wouldn't be Paul Newman. Sat down, first choice. I walk in the studio, we got race cars left and right. I want to ask you one question. Before I first asked you to think about this person, did you know you were going to pick him? Or was it kind of in the moment, you gave us a final? All right, let's see. Was there a debate or was it 100% this guy?
There was some searching.
Searching, right? That's what's fascinating. I think you had someone else in mind and you shoved him aside. There was no one, it was a guy and a guy. And I'm writing, but I'm also going to say it out loud. That's you, Chris? Yeah. I read something about this person before. I think maybe he's more than one book. Somebody's from World War II era. No, it's national. It's General MacArthur, isn't it?
Oh my God, it is General MacArthur. That's crazy. That's crazy because you just did it in real time.
Real time.
Yes, just did it in real time. That's insane.
That's freaking out.
That's insane.
Adam takes back what he says, and this is now better than a few of the interviews on those. Just the low-hanging fruits.
General MacArthur.
General MacArthur. Wow.
Yeah, because I was thinking, no, well, yeah, should be a dead person.
Got some good stories for sure.
And I love World War II. And you can tell, and Chris is Filipino.
Yeah.
So he returned to the Philippines.
Filipino man.
Yeah.
Checks a box.
I want to honor you. Jesus. I must say that my reaction would be greater, except for it's too much to process.
Yeah.
And so you're like, mind is trying to, it's sort of like saying, oh, when the guy called the cops after seeing his wife dead or something, he didn't even sound hysterical or something, because he had so much to process that he couldn't even process it. That's what's happening to me right now.
I thought it was a pretty big reaction. I was expecting it to be lighthearted. That doesn't go big.
No,
That was the top right there.
It's absolutely crazy.
Now, that is just,
I don't know how you can read that off of, I don't know.
you're not reading it off of my face.
No, but
Something.
he did that 3 blinks and 1 squint. That's
Yeah,
like,
right.
all right, boys in the back, am I right?
Wow.
Is there something like, obviously, I think, I don't know, you correct me if I'm wrong, being a mentalist, you're picking up on a lot of nuances in people. So I think like, and there are things that people do, like I hear if somebody lies, they look up and to the right, or things like that. Are there things like that you can tell me, like what people do that we don't realize?
Yeah, but it's kind of like, you know when they test people for steroids, how some people just go right under the wire, and other people they get caught for having just above is actually Tylenol, you know what I mean? That blood passport. So what Greg described is not everyone's equilibrium is the same. So not everyone does the same thing. You know, you just said, look, does everyone looks right? No, some people, what you gotta do is almost like a benchmark. I kind of start talking to you and I kind of feel you out and notice what the patterns are. Does that make sense? Because your towel might be different than his towel. When you go to the poker table, one dude when he looks might smile, he gets 2 cards, another person might super serious or adjust. Not everyone has the same thing. You gotta watch to be able to figure it out. Like tomorrow night I show for 500 people. I don't know any of them. Nobody's famous there. It's like a corporate event for a law firm. When I walk in the crowd, I see people. I'm like, this one's gonna be fun. This guy's a little drunk, but he's loose. Like I know the whole skill is knowing who you are.
Yeah. Now, there's some tells, like Joe Biden's tells, all he has to do is go, true story, man. And that's his tell is telling you it's true. And no, when he says he's a true story, or not a joke. Like I marched with Martin Luther King across the bridge in Alabama in 1961. Like, so his tells are, he has 3 tells. So he has true story, he has no joke, this always means he's lying, and he has when his dad calls him Joey. And his dad says, Joey, those 2 fellas kissing over there in the corner, that's the future. That's the future, because they love each other. Like that's a bullshit story that never took place in 1967 or whatever, no, 54, whatever his dad is telling him. Like, some people have just, politicians is a verbal, they're verbal.
I would just assume an inconsistent lie for politicians, yes.
But you could watch pundit the news or something like that, and just kind of read when it's bullshit, right?
I think everybody can. Like I can tell my kids are lying from a mile away, right? I know a lot of people can. And your spouse, and you can detect deception from people that are close to you.
So you'd be the worst person to lie to.
Oh yeah. Well, because you'd be thinking about it in the middle of it and kind of throwing yourself off your rhythm.
Right.
I read everyone's tendencies and I read everyone's rhythms, and I'm a rhythm reader. So I've always looked at the rhythm of life, and then things jump out at me, and it's a good way to kind of navigate life, because you kind of tell what's going on before. I knew most of COVID was bullshit because it broke a rhythm, or they give ages of the deaths, and they didn't give ages for the deaths, so I knew they were old, so I knew it was a rhythm breakage, and I knew it was there to try to scare us, because I was scared from my 4-year-old dying. So I was just on to the rhythm of it quickly, but I believe everybody.
Oh, really?
I've always been that way. I've never been a liar. I've learned to lie later on as an adult, where it's like, I can't make this. You know, like you go, I got to drop out of this interview or something. Just tell them I'm having a family issue or something like that. But my family issue is I'm fucking tired. I don't feel like doing a shitty podcast or something like that. I had to teach myself a lot. Like if someone would say to me, like when I was 14, what are you doing Saturday? I want you to come to my house and pick up my dog shit for free. if I didn't have anything going on Saturday, I just shake my head and go, okay, I'll be there all day. I could never go, I got a popular football game, or the new missions are going to not very far. I could not physically lie, and then I also listen to everybody and I take everybody at face value. Now, I understand the rhythm of the bullshitters. Like, first off, if you're perpetually late to everything all the time, and you think you're fooling anybody when you call them and you go, oh man, the 405 is really fun. It's like, you're late. Stop making excuses. We all know exactly who you are and what you do. The late people are late to everything with an excuse every time that nobody believes, even if it's true, because you're a late person and you establish yourself as a late person. But when I was like, so here's how I babe in the woods. When I was in probably 25 years ago, yeah, probably right around 25 years ago, me and Judy walked into Save-On or Thrifty or Rite Aid or something. I don't know, it was like after work, but it's a saline solution or something. And we just went in there. And then when we're walking through the aisle, I run into a guy that I used to do improv with. His name was Bird. And it was okay. It wasn't particularly funny, but he was a nice enough guy. We didn't have any issues. And then I left that troupe, and then this is like 5 years after I left the troupe. And now I'm on MTV and radio, and I'm on TV, I'm on the syndicated radio, blah, blah, blah. So then we run into Bird, and then Bird goes, hey, Adam, what's going on? I go, well, hey, Bird, yeah, good to see you. It's been a while. And then he goes, what are you up to? And I said, I'm working now. I made it into show business because we were just working out at the theater, but he didn't get into show business. But I'm on the radio, I'm on MTV, and he's like, oh, hey, good for you. Yeah, I haven't seen that. And then as soon as we got to the parking lot, Jimmy's like, he's seen you on TV. He knows who you are. He knows. And I go, he said he didn't, Jimmy. And he's like, he knows. And I was like, all I got is he said he didn't know. That's all the information I have, and that's what I shall believe. And he's like, believe me, he knew, he's jealous because you made it out, and now you're on TV, and he's not on TV. He's seen you on MTV. And I was like, Jimmy, all I know is what he said. So that's who I am for everything, all the time.
Right.
To my detriment, probably most times.
I've seen you struggle with one. Like I don't think I actually have ever seen you lie. But like considering like how should I just tell them I get to the podcast, do this, and like it's tough for you. Like you actually really struggle with it. And I don't know if
it's not even a virtue, it's just you shouldn't fucking lie as an adult, like number one. And then number two, you have no idea what people's relationship with lying is. Like, when do you get sued? And the person will just lie their ass off the whole time, and then they go, okay, but once they go under oath, man, they're gonna have to change or something. Nobody knows. They just continue. I cannot figure out whether people are lying now or they just want to believe something so strongly that we just saw it with COVID. Like at some point you go, hey, masks don't work. And they're like, yeah, but what about the surgeon? It's like, can you just walk away from this thing you were wrong about, or do we have to keep?
People invested, man. Once you got like your home team, you're gonna stay on that team, and it's funny how you see political things switch. Where how many 10 years ago, which party was for war, and then 10 years later, how that changes because you gotta follow,
Well, all they have to do is if Trump comes out and says, I get reelected, first order of business, no taking a shit with the toilet lid up. That toilet lid's got to be down and in place, and you will have to shit on top of that toilet seat lid. They would all launch a campaign about toilet seat lids and about how people of color don't have access to lids, and they'll just do the opposite.
Right.
So you'll get burned a lot if you just do the opposite of what someone else is doing or saying, which is now the sort of new world order we're living in. But the there is a relationship with the truth. Well, you know how you see it? You see it mostly with women, and then mostly if you're privy to this accounting of what happened, because their version of what happened when you guys were out to dinner, when her friend came up to the table and got bitchy with her or something, will be completely different than what you experienced sitting at that table.
Oh yeah, there's layers, right?
Yes, yes. And so we're in a new world where I thought Ring doorbells and cameras and microphones were gonna fix all this shit.
No way.
No way.
Oh god, that's the nanny cam. It's like, when you start going to like, do you want to see what's on the nanny cam? Like, no, we're not gonna go down this path.
Right.
Because reality doesn't matter. It's kind of like
Yeah.
the structure of an argument.
Do you think, is it a lack of religion that may be causing this? Or is it I think it's being inundated with information. Because
Do you remember when Snapchat first came out? I didn't have Snapchat tool, but I was like, who would ever want to post something that disappears tomorrow? I'm like, why? Because you're so used to posting it that now there's so much information being pumped out that I can't imagine anything not being disposable. Like, I've listened to people talk about this stuff, but if you're a kid now, there's no gotcha moment. If you try to be president in 30 years, nobody even cares anymore. This kid, did drugs, said something like offensive, like all that, there's too much of it out there to even find anymore. In 30 years, everyone's gonna have some sort of baggage.
I think it's yeah, for sure. And then, well, especially 30 years from now, because they will decide that anyone who used the word Latinx or Latinx was racist 30 years from now, and there'll be a bunch of footage of people saying Latinx, and they'll go like, we'll try to say, that's what they told us to say. Oh, no, you're fucked, dude. Yeah, there's another thing that's going on, and you tell me from your mentalist standpoint that I've sort of realized, which is, I think you just say something enough and it becomes reality. And then when it becomes reality, it just is. And then you use it, one side or the other uses it in the argument to make a point, something that weren't correct in the first place. So I always kind of think about January 6th, and I always think about going, officers were killed during January 6th in an armed insurrection. Sorry. But it wasn't an armed insurrection, and you can call it whatever you want. That's not the point of this. It's more the accuracy part.
Right.
There were no arms, and no officers were killed that day. But you've called it an armed insurrection where many officers were killed, and you've done it enough. That's what's going down in the history books, and it may not be written in a history book, but it's in the mind of everyone you talk about because it's been said enough. It's essentially your wife accuses you of cheating, and you go, "I've never cheated," and they go, "Yes, you have. Where's your proof? Give me your phone," and then they look it up, and it's because you have a French friend named Michelle who's a dude.
Why not Noe?
Right, and Brandon with an E. Brandon. But the point is this, and then at some point, a year later, she goes, "Well, let's not bring up you cheating again." And then you go, "I never cheated." And then 5 years from now, you're sitting in divorce court, and she's going, "He cheated on me with his friend Michelle." And you're like, "We disproved that. That didn't happen." It's like, no, it's ingrained. It's what is. It's in my history book.
Right.
And that's that. That's the time we're living in. That's the fucked up part about now.
I don't know if my mentalist skills can help with any of those tasks. Yeah. That's beyond me. Michelle, guy, that's beyond my scale.
Have you ever, how many car accidents have you been in?
Wow, zero.
Zero?
Yeah, knock on wood. Define a car accident. If I get into a car accident where I'm the only person, it's just my car. So my garage, not to make myself sound ridiculous, when I pull out, there's this specific beam that sticks out, and I raise it on the side of the worst thing. It's like the Sebastian Maniscalco, that joke where he talks about where you hit the car.
the whole panel had to come off. So I've never been to a real accident, but I hit that going backwards too fast and being an idiot, trying to keep me bail. But no, not a real accident.
How long have you been driving?
It's like 16, 24 years.
24 years.
Yeah.
And living in major cities.
I mean, Michigan and New York City. Mostly driving New York City for the last 20 years.
And you never made contact with another automobile.
I had a fender bender waiting at the cops involved. It was like this and this.
So you got one.
I guess you can count on the West Side Highway. We won't look, it was nothing, there was no damage being done. Are you on your insurance purposes?
Right,
Let's edit this right now. Do not tell travelers.
No, I've never been hit. I've never made contact with another car because I'm for vigilance. And I judge everyone's car. I judge them. I judge their driving. And then I avoid stuff based on essentially profile. Yeah, my profile level on the road. And it keeps me out of harm's way.
What do you don't feel? What's in front of you?
I always feel.
I look like a woman walking in who's actually Michelle with 1 hour of a trash guy.
No, I observe cars around me, behind me, next to me, in front of me. I drive fairly recklessly, but I observe everybody.
And you've never been one end.
No,
Wow. No contact ever.
no, for 40 years.
Why? You tend to fake right now.
I've avoided a lot of it, is what I'm saying. And I'm just wondering if your vigilance, driving in New York City and having one fender bender in 24 years, that's pretty low.
You know what? I think people are more decisive in these things. I think when people are overly friendly on the road, when they're indecisive, they go, you don't have food, that's when people hit each other. Versus if there's laws, I mean, as long as somebody gives you a wave when they let you in, otherwise you're just kind of stuck in the earth. I need that wave. You need that wave, Chris? If I let somebody in and they just give me like a scowl or look away, I want to take that back. That's like when I give a homeless guy $5 and there's not even a thank you. It's like,
Right.
there's rules here. Just a quick thanks. God bless you. I need something back. It's gratuitous. But show me some manners.
Well, let's do this math then, if you think about it. Because the way you get to the answer for everything is you kind of reverse engineer.
Right.
We all know people that are kind of clumsy and out of it, like sort of just out of it. They get into most accidents. And you go, well, sure, that stands to reason. They're kind of distracted, they're out of it. They're clumsy people, they get into accidents. All right, so then wouldn't it stand to reason that the more alert people that are more sort of focused and sort of head on the swivel and hypervigilance would then get into less accidents? So there's a correlation between you sort of being vigilant and driving and not getting in accidents. You probably use that on the road without knowing you're using it.
Maybe. I don't know. I get tired in cars. I don't know if you do that same thing. I have like a narcolepsy in cars.
People fall asleep driving.
Oh, I can take struggle to stay awake. So yeah,
I would bet, we should do a quick check here, but if you survey 10 Americans, 2 of them would say they fall asleep while driving.
100%.
Which is an insane thing if you think about it. Like, I'm operating this vehicle at 60 miles an hour, and I'm gonna catch some Z's? Like, how little control do you have over your faculties? Like, the guy, Tom Johnson, used to do construction with, got in a horrible car accident, he just fell asleep, and then people go, yeah, I threw the tire, bro. Yeah, no shit. You're still driving a car.
Well, do you have this thing where I have a Pavlovian response? My middle son has the same thing where, like when he was little and he would cry, I could literally put him in a car or in the stroller. As soon as we move, that movement, that sound, that white noise. So if I'm a passenger in a car, I can be wide alert and boom, I'm out cold, just out cold. A car puts me to sleep, whether I'm a driver or not.
You don't even have to be 10 there. 2 people in this room can do that.
Yeah, it's definitely 1 or 2 out of 10. And I don't think it's anything to do with alertness or focus. Because I could get in the car, wide awake, ready to run a marathon. You get that engine going, and I'm just like ready to sleep. Something about it puts me back.
But you still have to lose control of reality or your environment to some degree.
Your mind can drift so
way to not realize that the nature of this.
Is it half the people? No, it's not half. What is it? Half the people working.
My car drives itself, which is also a dangerous thing, because once you get used to that, it's like amazing.
Yeah, well, that's it. All right.
Wow,
No, half the people, it says up here, in its report, half of American adults admit to driving while feeling tired. Yeah, no shit. That's not a statistic. I don't give a fuck about that. Everyone's tired when they drive. But 20% admit to having fallen asleep within the last year.
Wow.
That's fucking scary. What, it's 1 out of 5? Yeah. Jesus Christ. So that people have lost control of being able to maintain their shit.
Yeah.
I know, it's such a
What are you gonna do when there's fully self-driving cars? Because right now my car, I drives itself drives. I mean, it literally got 60 out of 90 miles that I'm driving. When I'm on the highway, I was long out of it. I've always I just let it drive itself. So you can't fully draw the things. If you look away, it'll tell you. But man, and you don't have
If you stop touching the wheel, Mike and I were driving from Naples to Tampa for 2.5 hours. Well, that car started driving itself at a certain point. So then Mike was like, fuck it, he took his hands off the steering wheel, and the car was like, get the hands, bring the hands back on the wheel. But it took him about 100 miles to realize the car was driving itself. All right, let me give a plug out here for Osparlin. Well, it's just go to osparlin.com,
Yeah.
right?
Or Instagram. I don't know. They don't go websites anymore. I just don't know how. Those the next ones. That's where all the TV stuff. We're in all the time.
Super impressive, blown away by this guy.
I'm trouble companies. I just let my
Come back.
just look at me. Your social security. I'm kidding. Don't do it, bro.
All right, I'm going to be Turlock coming up at the Community Theater April 7th and April 8th. Fresno at the Tower Theater. Come on now. Say,
Hi, this is Dylan. Okay, 1 second. Let's see. I'm seeing September 5th. Let's see. 2024. Let's see. Yeah. Yeah, 1 second. I'm thinking here. I'm looking. Okay, I'm seeing the 14th. And I'm assuming you need a month, right? Let's see. Okay, the 14th. Let's see. Next year on the 14th. Let's see what month. I'm seeing October 4. Yes. Yes. Yeah, so part of me is like, how can I grow if I'm assuming the streets are all wet and just spray some so you know what I'm saying? So just chill for later, I guess. Because other than that, you know. Like, what else are you? Go right now, and it's all wet. So, doesn't really make sense. So. Hi, this is Dylan. Good. How about you? Okay. I'm going to take a look for you. 1 second. One second. I'm seeing single here. I could drill down a little bit more to see if there's anything else going on emotionally or sexually. But as far as a title going, I'm not seeing an official title. Let's see if there's anything emotionally. I'm not seeing anything emotionally. The best that I could bet is surface level communication with someone that, or with people that he doesn't really take seriously. But I feel as though that he's hopeful and he's in the market. I feel as though that he has a sense that, you know, there's something for him out on the market. As far as sexually, let's see if there's anything. So I see the image of a single feminine energy that he might be protective over or defensive over. Maybe he has his sights on this person, but I'm not seeing an energy of being sexually active. Let me take a look. So I do see an openness towards you. I'm not getting a specific plan here. This person that he's like protective over or defensive over, this could very well be you as well, depending on, you know, the context. He could feel as though maybe there's concern over if, you know, you are interested in others or multiple people. He may have concerns that he's a part of the fray or in competition for you, is what I could kind of pick up here. So if you are giving interest to others, and if you are like playing the field a little bit, he could be concerned that he has to compete with others. Yeah. Let me see. I feel as though he's in the market for something serious overall. I think he's open to something casual with you. But I feel as though overall he's wanted something serious. Mhm. Yeah. Okay. Well, tell him that. Great. Well, I feel as though, I mean, do you have any reason not to trust this person? I feel like you're not giving him the benefit of the doubt. I'm not seeing any reason to not trust him in the cards. Oh, I don't know. Is that what he did? Mm, yeah, I mean, I'm not seeing that he's lying or anything like that. All right, have a good night. I mean, I'm not worried that it's gonna look like bad. I'm just like, say you could make it. You could make a little makeshift thing that just kind of sits here. It might be worth it. You know what I'm saying? But it's like how.
Senator